live and picture.
It's loading up. Okay, we're live.
Good, thank you. Welcome, members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, and also people who are listening and watching to us right now on YouTube. Today's meeting is February 8th. We have a few things lined up. We will begin with two legislative bills. Legislative document 13, followed by number 28. After these two hearings, we will be having presentations again as part of our orientation. So that will begin around 11-ish, and we've got 6 different organizations who will present. And then that's about it. I will turn it over to my co-chair, Representative Warren, to add anything that I may have missed, and then we'll begin. Thank you.
I think you got everything. Maybe we'll start with introductions.
Yeah.
I'm Representative Charlotte Warren. Good morning, everyone. I represent Hollowell, Manchester, and West Gardner in the House.
Okay, I will then go to Representative Pickett.
Good morning. My name's Richard Pickett. I represent House District 116. That would be the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Representative Pickett is our House chair, our House lead. Our Senate lead is Senator Scott Searway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which is Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Reckett.
Sorry, I'm Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33, which is the other end of South Portland.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Representative Lawrence, I skipped over you. I don't know why, but Senator Lawrence, sorry.
Thank you. I'm State Senator Mark Lawrence, coming to you from the balmy southern Maine, right along the New Hampshire border. I represent the towns of Kittery, Elliott, South Berwick, Havre Berwick, York, and Agunquit. And as I explained earlier before we went live, I had to do a little rearranging in my daughter's room so I get better light. So these shoes, they are not mine. I do not have a shoe collection like this. So hopefully by the time of our next hearing, I'll have it the background a little better arranged.
It wasn't the fact that they were female shoes, right? So that's...
No, it was the fact that I had so many. I mean, that's where all my money goes.
Representative Pluka.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Representative Costain, your name is Dan Newman under your name, but I can tell who you are. Go right ahead, Representative Costain.
Good morning, Dan Costain. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corunna.
Thank you. Representative Rudnicki.
Good morning. I'm Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Morning, I'm Dan Newman, District 76. I represent Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Hey, Grayson Lookner, District 37 in Portland along the Fort River. It's my background, by the way, if anybody's curious. It's Fort River.
Okay. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau, Senate co-chair. I represent my hometown of Biddeford and the surrounding towns of Dayton, Lyman, Elford, Arundel, and Kennebunk-Port. Today we have our policy analyst, Jane Overton, and also our clerk, our committee clerk, Deb Fahey. So thank you and welcome all. I will now turn the first part of our today's morning's meeting to co-chair Charlotte Warren.
Great, thank you, Senator. So the first bill we have this morning is LD 13, an act to coordinate the delivery of individuals committed to the Department of Corrections, presented by our very own Senator DeChambeau. And so I will be, obviously not for the senator, but after the senator, I will be running the 3-minute clock here as we go through the public hearing. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Do we have the commissioner on board with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, it feels a little strange to be the first one, but that's okay. Good morning, Representative Warren and honorable members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. My name is Senator Susan DeChambeau, and well, you know who and which towns I represent. I just introduced myself. As is noted, and this is, as we said, the act to coordinate the delivery of individuals committed to the Department of Corrections. I think this is primarily the adult section, but I'm not sure. As is noted on the cover sheet for LD 13, this is a Department of Corrections request that I have agreed to sponsor. Currently, the statute, Section 117A of the main of the MRSA, subsection 2304, states that the sheriff shall notify, this is the current law, shall notify the Department of Corrections Commissioner that an individual is being committed and shall inquire what facility to which the individual must be delivered. I will add a little bit something to my written notes. The Department of Corrections, there's only 2 places you can be intaked due for a number of security reasons, and that's the main state prison and the main correctional center. Traditionally, anyone sentenced over 5 years begins at the main state prison, but the commissioner will explain to you what has happened since COVID. Anyone under 5 years begins at the main correctional center. And we average about, here we go again. The department averages about 1,200, 1,300 a year. A great many of those is at the main correctional center. Less people get 5 years and under than they would get 40, 50 years. LD 13 adds the following information. The commissioner or commissioner's designee or the sheriff's designee shall coordinate, that's the key word, coordinate the date and time of delivery of the individual to the designated facility. Right now, it's a policy, it's a state law just to tell us they're coming. Coordination is very important. Sometimes the van arrives from different sheriffs or county jails, up to maybe 4 or 5 prisoners in that van. Process, as you can well imagine, is an intake of looking at the court documents, remaining in that intake area, No one is allowed, no new prisoner is allowed into general population until a series of processes are completed. Fingerprints, picture taking, itemize their personal belongings, give them state clothes with their name on it, get a medical screening, see the caseworker for preliminary intake like next to kin. The really important one also is a federal law signed by President George W. Bush, called the PREA law. You'll hear about PREA all year. PREA stands for Prison Rape Elimination Act. That is very serious. All prisoners see a video of why it's important to ask certain questions, that we ask certain questions. Also, an assessment is made. That is important because it determines and it assesses the likelihood if someone would be a perpetrator, has a history of rape, even inside a prison, or has been raped. That is determined before that individual can even cross into general population because it determines housing. So I've told you a little bit more than you need to know, but it's, I believe, a good foundation to have. So I will be happy to answer any questions you might have and would obviously defer to the operational inquiries from members of the Department of Corrections. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for Senator DeChambeau?
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, next up on my list, I believe I have Commissioner Liberty. Good morning.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Randy Liberty. I'm the Commissioner of Corrections, and it's a pleasure to be with you here this Monday morning. I see weary eyes. Maybe some of you are up late watching the Super Bowl. No? No, some people are sad, some people are happy. LD 13 is a departmental bill to ensure coordination between the MDOC and the transporting county of the correctional facility staff or sheriff. I appreciate Senator DeChambeau for you sponsoring this bill. The delivery of individuals from sending jails to the MDOC has always required thoughtful consideration. However, during the months of COVID, precise delivery and precise coordination has become a matter of public health. Upon learning the lessons that we did during the pandemic, we proposed this bill for a more efficient and coordinated process, one that we continue to work with the counties and have had great success. Prior to the pandemic, when a county had an individual with a state sentence needing to be transferred to the MDOC facility, the sending county would at best call classification officer at the facility and let him know that what to expect on intake, during which they may or may not have been a conversation to review commitment paperwork and to identify when exactly the individual would arrive. At worst, a transport van would arrive at the facility without notification, no prior coordination, and it created some transitional issues. This pre-COVID-19 system was lacking in coordination and pre-planning from both the MDOC and the county staff, which result in ranging from simple frustration on the part of the staff to incidents where individuals had to sit at intake at a DOC facility for hours on end, or worse, having to be transported right back to the sending county due to an erroneous paperwork or other reasons for the DOC facility to refuse the individual. The county and the MDOC staff know that these types of situations have occurred far too often. And I've been on both ends of this as a sending sheriff from Kennebec County and as a receiver from the Maine Department of Corrections. And I see Senator Searway here is intimately aware of that. He's nodding his head because we both work transport. And it's a very challenging coordinated effort to make sure that we have an efficient, safe flow of inmates from the county jails, from court to the Maine Department of Corrections. The pandemic was highlighted this problem that we hope the bill resolves, and the lack of pre-planning and communications, which causes lengthy and impactful delays for the individual, and in times of public health, such as COVID-19 or the flu, can be an impetus for outbreaks. The MDOC sees this bill as an opportunity to codify the new system of communicating, coordination of delivery, or of sentenced individuals that have been in place since June, have been working very well between the county jails and the Maine Department of Corrections. For the first few months of the pandemic, the MDOC would not accept transfers from county facilities because we're all facing the unknowns about the contagion. Testing, length of time to receive testing results, and so many other unknowns. And as we tried to work this out, we paused those as a best practice to reduce the possibility of cross-contaminating in our facilities. In June, after many conversations with the MSA, individual sheriffs and jail administrators created to work in an agreed upon system of coordination for transports and intakes, where we're able to resume intakes with a new coordinated process through the executive director of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Together, the MDOC and county jail personnel discuss and review the commitment paperwork, ensuring that the person has been sentenced, that the sentence ensures that is served at the Maine Department of Corrections facility. We discuss any no contact visits with the victims or contact with the victims or co-conspirators, any conflicts that may result as in contact. And we also make sure that the state offender management system for security and classification teams discuss agreed upon COVID precautions, including that the person quarantines for 14 days prior to transfer, critically important during a pandemic. And then fourth, that the MDOC and the county staff would determine the day of transfer based upon the MDOC schedule for receiving intakes, the county's transport schedule, and relevant factors. This new system has been a dramatic improvement over the pre-COVID system for county and state corrections for the reasons mentioned above, but also as it relates to the efficient management at intake. For example, prior to COVID, male and females could be transported together and would remain at the Maine Correctional Center's intake room together, which is usually problematic, not a best practice. As part of the new process, we've agreed with the counties that women will be received on a specific day each week, a day when males will not be received, eliminating the problem altogether. This results in the smoothest intake process for men and women and reduces further trauma and possible victimization for some of our residents. Additionally, related to the management of the intake room, the new system ensures DOCs knows exactly how many individuals are coming on what given day, what the histories are, and ensuring there's appropriate level of MDOC staffing, which reduces wait times and incidents and ensures COVID-19 precautions are in place prior to the arrival for the individuals. We appreciate the close coordination with so many of the county sheriffs and jail administrators that we've worked with on this new method during the last 6 months. The Maine Sheriff's Association helped get the new process started, as they recognized that the new process was useful for the jails also and for the Maine Department of Corrections. Since this new process has been in place, the Maine Department of Corrections has worked to ensure responsiveness to the county jail's needs. We've also worked to intake quickly so not to cause delays that would impact their populations. In closing, this bill isn't about the MDOC prescribing each detail of the coordination. Rather, this bill is about putting into law the critical need for regular coordination between the Maine Department of Corrections and the jails prior to a transfer, acknowledging that the coordination itself is the important thing and helpful to all parties. Thank you for considering this important departmental bill. I'm pleased to answer questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Liberty? Yes, Representative Pickett and then Representative Reckitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Question for you. Wouldn't this be, or why would this not work better as being policy rather than having to be codified in law?
The question is it's a great question, Representative. The problem is whose policy? If it's Maine Department of Corrections policy, the individual county jails would not have to follow the Maine Department of Corrections policy. And so what happens often, as some of you are aware of that have worked for sheriff's offices and Maine Department of Corrections. The challenge is there are 15 different receiving counties because obviously Lincoln County and SAG have a coordinated system. So that's the challenge. 15 different schedules, 15 different individuals, 15 different philosophies about when they move their inmates. And so if it's I'm not quite sure whose policy, my policy, they would not have to adhere to. And so it'd be very difficult to coordinate all of that. So this bill really only asks that we coordinate the movements of those inmates.
Okay, but just to dig down a little bit, if the MDOC's policy is we accept prisoners on this new system and a county jail does not abide by that, then why would you have to take their prisoner? I'm just trying to dig down a little bit here.
Sure, Representative. I've been in situations before where, let's say at the Maine State Prison, and a transport van arrives at 5:30 in the evening. That's a daytime operational sort of a thing we do at intake. My staffing for the evening at that particular facility, there'd be no staff in receiving. And so I can refuse them, but I think that it'd be better if they picked up the phone, talked to our folks, and we let them know that there's no one staffing those posts at this time to do the intake for PREA, in processing, medical in processing, all of that. That's sort of a day shift function. The nurses may not be there, the PREA coordinator may not be there, the intake officer may not be there. And so, I believe it's best to coordinate, collaborate, closely communicate when those transports happen, and much, much better. I've also been on the other end, as I mentioned, when I was sheriff of Kennebec County, we sent a transport van down there. Well, they arrive at 1 p.m. and we were not aware that MCC had a influenza outbreak, and they're not taking. And we didn't call. We would have known that, would have been much more efficient if we held on to that resident and had a more informed approach.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I just want you to, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because we're constantly making new laws, and I'd like to see us start working within policy and stuff, and maybe back off on some of the laws that maybe are not necessarily needed. But thank you for the information, sir.
Absolutely. I think if we had a coordinated system, that might work better. But where we have independent correctional facilities and organizations, that's challenging to have one policy.
Thank you.
Representative Reckett?
Actually, Representative Pickett asked my question in his initial inquiry, so I'm no need.
Great. Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Commissioner, isn't it a fact that you guys have rules though? I mean, you make rules for the county jails all the time, correct?
We work in a coordinated fashion to develop jail standards. That's correct.
So why couldn't this go into be a standard? Why does it need to be a law?
It's my preference that whenever we do any of these joint functions, that we do it in a coordinated way. What may not work for Franklin County may work very well for Cumberland County. And so it's best if we have those 15 different transporting organizations, we're able to pick up the phone, have a coordinated effort, and make that work. There are times when some of the facilities coordinate very well with us and it benefits all. Sometimes a van arrives. And I just think that what this bill does is it allows us to have a coordinated effort, putting in statute that gives clear guidance to all of the organizations that we have to have a coordinated approach and we enhance our communication.
Right, but if they don't, can I follow up?
Yes, you may.
But during the COVID, I mean, you guys refused prisoners at the state prison. So, I mean, why wouldn't this be the same way, or why wouldn't this work? You just refuse if they come at midnight at night, you just refuse them. I mean, if you set a standard that this is the way it's going to be done, I guess I don't understand why it needs to be a law.
Okay, the initial approach when we're in the pandemic, and we did research, I reached out to fellow commissioners nationally. We had a thoughtful process with Dr. Shaw. We thought it was best that we don't move inmates from facility to facility to spread COVID. And so we reached out to the Maine Sheriff's Association, and they initially agreed that, in fact, they would hold the residents in their facilities until we were able to establish what best practice would be. You know, we realized that as time went on, 14-day quarantine, testing, all of that would be part of the movement of the residents. At the time, they were also at about 50% capacity, so we didn't believe that it was going to cause circumstance where they were overcrowded and they're all different. Over time, you know, we had to have an executive order that held them in place because some of the sheriffs wanted to move the inmates regardless. And so that's why that kind of turned into that. These are very difficult coordinating efforts when you have 15 different bosses, and then you have wardens and a commissioner all trying to figure this all at once, all with competing interests, all with challenging funding, staffing, overcrowding, all very different sort of.
How many people are planning to testify on this bill?
Who else is?
Yeah, do you know how many people are?
Just, there's like 2 or 3 more.
Okay.
Representative Costain, okay. I was going to say, if you muted yours, maybe that would help, but keep going, Commissioner. Apologies for that.
No trouble. So that's all. I would rather coordinate, communicate, find some consensus rather than just, this is the way it's going to be, counties. Because for some it works, others it doesn't. As I said, for Cumberland, it may work. If I say 1 o'clock on Mondays, we're going to take transfers. That's it. That may not work well with their schedule because they have other coordinating efforts with video arraignment, with medical. There's transports in the county jails have an awful lot to do with very few staff. And so it'd be better for me if I could reach out, or my folks could reach out to Cumberland County's transport folks and find a time and a date that may work well for each of them.
Representative Costain, did you have a follow-up?
Sorry about that. Somebody stepped in and started talking.
Not your fault. Not your fault. Thank you.
No, I guess I'm all set. I guess my only question is was this bill communicated with the Sheriff's Association in cooperative with them when it was drawn up?
Yes, it was. In fact, they'll be testifying shortly, talking about, I think, the benefits of formalizing the coordination of the transfer of residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now that concerns me, and I see Representative Pickett. Let me get to you in a second. I'm concerned we don't have them on the list. So if the sheriff, do we have them on the list? It didn't come through on my list.
Sheriff Mason's prepared to testify, and he has written testimony submitted.
Perfect. Deb, is he here with us in the?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. He wasn't on our list for some reason. We're all still trying to work out all of these issues. So I just wanted to make sure they were here. Great. Representative Pickett, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I understand what you're saying, but I also know when it comes to standards, policies, and those kind of things like that. For example, when I was the police chief and we had a transport over to the county jails, they had policies, they had things that we had to abide by. Certain times we could, certain times we couldn't, and we had to work those things out and realize what the schedule was because they set the schedule. So that brings me back to why this could not be a standard, that if you receiving prisoners, that they have to be done by a certain way, and that be a standard that all of the sheriff's departments would be aware of. They would know it, and they would have to work and coordinate with you to make sure they followed those standards. I just have a real problem putting things into law that I think that really can be handled through either a standard or a policy. Thank you.
Any other questions for Commissioner Liberty? Seeing none, I'm going to go to the next person to testify, which is my sheriff, Sheriff Ken Mason.
Everybody hear me?
We can. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Ken Mason, and I am the sheriff here in Kennebec County. And I am here to talk to you on behalf of the Maine Sheriff's Association. I finally came to life there. We as the sheriffs, we met to discuss this bill, and our position is really neither for nor against LD 13. You know, the Maine Sheriffs would like to provide a history of our involvement with the process of state inmate transportation. You know, prior to the COVID, the pandemic finding its way here to Maine, you know, county jails, we work individually to arrange transports of state inmates from our jails to the state facilities, you know, once the inmate had been sentenced. Once the virus was circulating here in Maine, the MSA, we as a group of sheriffs, we willingly suspended the transport of inmates to DOC to mitigate, you know, the potential spread within the state system. Now, several weeks into this process, the county and regional jails found themselves filling up with state inmates that were ready for transport. The governor issued an executive order on May 15th, 2020, that delegated the authority to prohibit transfer of inmates to the commissioner of the Maine Department of Corrections. Through ongoing daily communications, the MSA, we collaborated with the state to coordinate a slow, scheduled process to begin resuming inmate intakes into state facilities. This process, it was managed by the MSA executive director, and while it worked sufficiently to reduce the numbers of inmates or state inmates within our jail, you know, sheriffs were in hopes of resuming county to state coordination. You know, we value the fact that the Maine Department of Corrections is willing to work with us on the mechanics of this process. While our position is neither for nor against, we felt it would be advantageous for this committee to understand the process that has brought this language change forward. Now, the MSA deeply appreciates your consideration. I would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any questions for Sheriff Mason? Representative Pickett?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I forgot to put my hand down. No
Oh,
question.
okay. Anyone have questions? Oh, excuse me, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Senator Warren, Representative Warren. Sheriff, I just had a question about, I know that this seems like it's more of a communications issue of when and where to bring the prisoners, and seems, you know, pretty simple to pick up the phone and call and arrange it. But I was just wondering, is there anything under your understanding that if for some reason somebody slips up and doesn't coordinate it and we make this a law, or is there going to be a consequence?
I don't think I can answer that, Senator, but one thing I've noticed since I've been sheriff is that I don't think we've ever taken anybody to the prison at 5:30 in the afternoon or 12:30 at night. That's not how it works. You know, our classifications people contact their classifications people and they talk and we arrange a time. In fact, I believe, and I could be wrong, you know, the commissioner certainly tell me if I am wrong, is I don't think that they take inmates intakes at the state after 1500. So I'm not sure where the communication problem, at least from Kennebec. I know that Sheriff Morton, I've been talking with him, They just don't load up a van and take them down without the communications with the state that's so important that we communicate.
Thank you.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, I have a question. I'm echoing, sorry. During the beginning of COVID, did, or at what point, and if it has happened at all, did county corrections officers get hazard pay during the COVID? Because in my thing, if all of those prisoners had to be held at the counties versus shifting them to the state, I'm sorry, there's a problem here.
Hang on one second, Representative. Representative Pickett, would you mute? Oh, I think he might be frozen.
I did not understand her question, Representative Warren.
We're going to have her go again. Let us get that other mic in the room muted. I think that's where the background is coming from.
It seems like they all got kicked off. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
I'll call LIO.
And then two things, Deb. Could you make me a host, please, so that I can help with the muting and unmuting when you get to it? Thank you. We'll be right back with you, Sheriff Mason. We just want to get to everybody back on here.
I'm back.
Hi, Representative. Now we're just waiting for Representative Rudnicki. I believe Representative Costain is here. Representative Newman is here. Okay. It's a whole new world.
The good news is, Representative Warren, I'm still waiting for my sandwich.
She's not even going to reply.
I want to. Representative Pickett, are you in the same room as Representative Rudnicki?
We are, we're socially distanced.
Okay, what would be the holdup for her coming on board?
I don't know. She's still trying to get back on. What happened, just so you'll know what happened here, was the Zoom went out. The only one that was able to keep their Zoom was Dan Costain, Representative Costain, because he was doing it on his phone. But the rest of us either had a laptop or a iPad, and ours all went out at the same time. So Dan Newman and myself are back, but she still has not been able to get back on her laptop yet.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
I think there may be a few meetings going on at the same time at the State House.
Yeah, I bet there are.
Yeah, because I think it was Representative Newman said he saw something where it was a corrupt connection or something. Unstable connection. So that's probably what's going on. Representative Rudnicki is restarting her computer and going to try to go back on fresh and see if she can get on.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Maybe a 5-minute, maybe we take a 5-minute break so we aren't just all sitting here staring at each other.
Sounds good.
Okay, how
Sounds
about
good.
we take a 5-minute to give Representative a chance to get back? Okay, that was 5 minutes. Let's see.
We've got everybody back except one, and he will be here in just a moment.
Okay, we can hang for a second.
We're all back.
Great. Just waiting a second. I don't see Senator DeChambeau. Great. Okay. So let's go back to where we were. And Representative Rudnicki, you were asking a question of Sheriff Mason. So take it away.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We don't know what happened. Let's start with just the basic question. Sheriff, could you tell me, did county correction officers get hazard pay during the COVID stuff over the last year?
Not at Kennebec, they didn't.
Okay, so in that respect, they did at the state corrections facilities, were getting hazard pay. So, but you had to keep, so it's my understanding is you had to keep prisoners in the county, even though the state was getting hazard pay to deal with COVID during COVID.
I believe that to be a true statement, yes. But we were just trying to play really good in the sandbox with DOC. It was the right thing to do. Nobody really knew what to expect with this COVID thing that was coming. And it has morphed, and we at the correctional facilities and DOC are getting better and learning, at keeping it out, or if we have it in, keeping it contained.
Okay, thank you. That's basically what I was looking for. Thank you.
Any other questions for Sheriff Mason? Seeing none, and I don't have anybody else on my list to testify today. So, hearing that, I will, yes, Jane.
Excuse me, Representative, on my list to testify, I also have on LD 13, Peter Lehman, Maine Prisoner Advocacy. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, but during this session, he emailed and said he's not going to provide testimony. He wanted to save himself a spot, and then didn't need it. So
thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, great. So seeing no more testimony, I will close the public hearing without a gavel on LD 13. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner. And next up, we will go to LD 28. And Senator DeChambeau will take over. This is an act to create an alert system to notify the public when a person with an intellectual or developmental disability is missing. And I'm going to give Deb just a couple minutes here to get people to do whatever she needs to do on her side to get people in. Senator DeChambeau, I'll run the 3-minute clock, okay?
Representative, do you want everybody over, or do you want to, we have about 8 people.
Sure.
Okay.
Does that seem like the right process? Bring them in and then we'll start going through the testimony. And Senator DeChambeau has the list. Senator, I would use the one that Deb sent to us as opposed to the automatically generated. The automatically generated, for some reason, in the last case, didn't have Sheriff Mason on it. I don't know if that matters, but.
Yeah, okay. Are we all set?
Yes.
Before I begin, I want to confirm Representative, this is from, excuse me, Senator Trey Stewart. I should have known better. Is Senator Stewart with us?
He's just coming on.
Okay, great. Hi there, Senator Stewart.
Good morning.
We will begin, Senator Stewart, and we're at the point where now we're going to be reviewing LD 28, an act to create an alert system to notify the public when a person with an intellectual or developmental disability is missing. So I'll turn it over to you, Senator Stewart, and welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you all. Good morning, Senator DeShembo, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm State Senator Trey Stewart, and I have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. And I'm here in front of you today to present LD 28, an act to create an alert system to notify the public when a person with an intellectual or developmental disability is missing. This bill originated as an idea from a constituent of mine in Presque Isle, who has an 11-year-old son with autism. Her name is Megan Swanson, and we're fortunate to have her here with us this morning to share her and her son's story and to help underscore why ensuring an alert system like this is available in Maine is critically important from the perspective of a parent of a child with a disability. Consider for a moment the fear, panic, and anxiety that sets in the blink of an eye when your child has disappeared from the home, when you went to change the laundry over, check on dinner in the oven, or even simply use the restroom. For any parent, this would be a heart-stopping moment as you realize there's no trace of where your child may have gone. Now, compound this anxiety and concern when you consider that the child may have a disability that makes communicating with.
You're on.
Should I keep going, Madam Chair? Or?
No, we're, Deb, would you mute yourself, please? Okay, thank you. We did better 2 weeks ago. For some reason, this is a little difficult today, but go right ahead there,
Yeah.
Senator.
Sorry about that. Now compound this anxiety and concern when you consider the child may have a disability that makes communicating with strangers and navigating on their own even more of a challenge or altogether impossible. Unfortunately, this scenario plays out in real life more often than it should. When it does, ensuring that law enforcement has the tools available to safely return these kids to the safety of their homes is paramount. This is the goal of LD 28. In an effort to address some of the concerns that have been brought to my attention by stakeholders who you will be hearing from later this morning, I'd like to recommend that the committee consider amending the bill. The amendment would limit the scope of the bill to clearly apply only to minors and only activate the system once a request has been made by the missing child's parent or legal guardian to members of law enforcement. Currently, the alert systems that exist in Maine are the Amber Alert System and the Silver Alert System. The Amber Alert System is a program designed that is designated to missing children who may have been abducted with strict criteria for instances when it is to be used by public safety. Similarly, the Silver Alert is a state-based program that is targeted towards senior citizens who have wandered off and may have a mental disability such as Alzheimer's or dementia. Neither of these alert programs are particularly well geared to address an instance of a child with an intellectual or developmental disability, prompting Mrs. Swanson to contact me to try to rectify the shortcoming in our state. Getting the child reunited with their parent is obviously the top goal of public safety officers and the public as a whole, but without an understanding of the impact the disability may have on communication with the child, this effort becomes increasingly challenging. As the data on children with autism who wander inform us, the most lethal years for wandering children is in the years when they are is in these younger years when they are particularly vulnerable. From 2011 to 2016, a study of children with autism who wander away from their homes found that 55% of these instances resulted in either fatality, 17%, or close calls, 38%. The two leading causes of death were drowning, 71%, or being struck by a vehicle, 18%. Unfortunately, examples abound of these types of horrific and avoidable instances of lethal outcomes. If even one of these children could have been saved through the implementation of an alert system that informed law enforcement, public safety officers, and the public to a particular warning signal, to particular signals and warning signs to look for of individuals with specific disabilities who are missing or may be in danger, would that not be worth the effort? Given the nature of the system, it would be an opt-in, with parents being the ultimate decision maker on whether or not it is utilized. In speaking with parents of children with disabilities, it's become clear to me that they should be the decision makers as to whether utilizing a system like this is appropriate in the specific instances of their child's disappearance. But if the system doesn't exist at all, that choice won't exist. I've spoken to representatives from the Department of Public Safety and welcome their comments following my testimony to help better inform the committee of the nature of these systems as they've informed me. I've learned a tremendous amount about the operations and processes used in determining whether an alert system is appropriate and who is best positioned to initiate that process. And I feel confident that this bill can be a powerful addition to the tools available to Maine public safety and law enforcement officers and to Maine families, even if the technical components need to be worked out in a work session with the committee. Regardless of the outcome of this bill, I hope that the public hearing today will serve as a beginning of a larger conversation with so many stakeholders across our state on this problem. Of course, parents of children with disabilities should be and often are proactive in their communities with emergency responders. However, in instances where either local law enforcement is unaware of a child's disability, or in instances where they have traveled away from home and the child has wandered off, a system like this can prevent a child in Maine from becoming a tragic statistic. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to thank Mrs. Swanson for contacting me with this idea and beginning the legislative process with this bill. Since putting it in, I've been contacted by numerous stakeholders about the importance of a system like this, one that can save lives and prevent a crisis from turning tragic. It has opened my eyes to the need within our community, and I hope that we can work together to craft a strategy that will be effective. Thank you all who are here today to engage with this important legislation and put the safety of Maine children who are particularly vulnerable first. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions the committee may have at this time, and will make myself available for the work session when one is scheduled. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and ladies and gentlemen of the committee for your consideration of this important legislation.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Stewart. Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Stewart? I would like to, oh, it's good. We got hands. I found a new way to do this. Scott Searway, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Senator Stewart, just a question. I know in law enforcement, in my past years, we've had many instances where children are missing, and they can be from maybe unhappy kids at home, could be kids missing because of abduction, and it could be because of their handicaps. And so I'm just wondering, I know we have to evaluate every time we go to one of those scenes, and then we have to decide, whether it's something that can immediately be taken care of with canine, or maybe we can find them out back outside. Maybe someone knows where they possibly might be, that sort of thing, before we go and trigger off Amber Alert. But from my understanding, we've always used Amber Alert on any of those situations if we needed it. For us to have the parents tell us what to do is a little different, because I think that they're excited, they're nervous about their child, and of course they want to find them. But we have a lot of people that are very experienced and locating, and we have to think it out and find out exactly what's going on. And so I think it would be kind of scary to have the parents decide, because it could actually trigger off more problems than it could help. So I'm concerned about that. What's your thought?
Thank you, Senator. So I'd say two different things. The first thing that I've heard you say is that there's a concern that the parents would be in control of this system, and that's simply not the case. It would be an option that law enforcement could utilize in specific instances. And so take, for instance, you mentioned the process that's laid out for whether or not a system or an alert actually goes out. And the Amber Alert system, it's my understanding, again, I'm not an expert in this. I'm looking forward to hearing some testimony from the folks in the department that are. It's my understanding that the Amber Alert system is a federal program that has very specific guidelines for when it can be used, and is specific to children that have been specifically abducted and are in immediate danger. That's not the case with what we're proposing here. It's a similar template to the Silver Alert, which is when a senior citizen may have wandered off and may have an intellectual disability, likely affiliated with their age, such as dementia or Alzheimer's, that may make it getting home in a safe way a challenge. When that happens, they still have to meet certain criteria. And if at any stage in that process, if law enforcement determines that that is not an appropriate use of the system, it will not be utilized. The same would be true in this instance, where it would more or less be an application to law enforcement to indicate that a child with a specific intellectual or developmental disability has wandered off and may be in immediate danger, but may not be abducted. And they may be in danger from themselves. For instance, and I mentioned this in my original testimony, children with autism have a tendency to wander towards water sources. And I think you're going to hear a little bit more about that from some others behind me today. But these are situations where they're not just missing kids. They are kids who are missing that may have a developmental disability or intellectual disability that makes them particularly susceptible to harm in ways that may not be the same for a typical child of the same age. And so that is why the specific nature of this system is particularly important.
Just a follow up on that.
Go right ahead, Senator.
So if the child's missing, how do we know if they have or have not been abducted? So well, that's why we do put Amber Alerts in place, even if they have a disability or not. And that's what this is what I'm getting at is if we feel that there's possible, even a small chance of abduction, doesn't matter what the disability is, we're still put it in place. So that's what I don't quite understand why we would put because of a disability. I know if there's a disability, lots of times we can figure out a lot of things from the disability. But if we feel that there's been any chance of missing, and there's a thought that there might be missing because just maybe abducted or maybe gone somewhere else, whatever, we can put the Amber Alert out. So I'm not sure if it really is needed because of a disability.
So, Madam Chair, if it's all right, if I could respond to that very quickly.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So I would say, first of all, there's nothing that would preclude an adoption of a system like this to run in tandem with an Amber Alert, which is, again, a federal-based program that utilizes different technologies than what we have control of in the state. However, there are specific criteria that must be followed in accordance with whether or not an Amber Alert is issued. And some of those criteria may preclude that system ever being utilized for a child who would be missing for a developmental or intellectual disability on the state side. And that is the key distinction, and that is the purpose of this bill, and why you see other programs like a Silver Alert being created. And a blue alert is also in the works in some jurisdictions as well. A different, same idea. It's a different type of alert system. It's on the state side, and it goes to a specific purpose. And when time is of the essence, in these instances where a child may have wandered out of the house, but isn't abducted, and we know this because this happens fairly routinely in some instances, but there's a typical habit that a child might follow, right? We know that they're not abducted, or we can rule that possibility out, at least in the short term, but we need to be very quick in the response to try to prevent that child from putting themselves in harm's way, but not necessarily because somebody has abducted them. Does that make sense?
I guess, yeah.
We'll be discussing it, I'm sure, in a work session. Are you all set, Senator? I can move on?
Yep.
Thank you. Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Stewart. I just have a question about, when I think about the folks that work with children who are developmentally and intellectually disabled, those who have that expertise, in the Department of Education with the special education services, with, case managers for the Office of Child and Family Services and Department of Health and Human Services. So I wonder, have you spoken to them about this approach, and what do they say?
Thank you, Representative. I've spoken with Molly Bogart over email. I'm not sure if she's planning on testifying today, or if somebody else from her office is planning on testifying today. I don't want to speak on their behalf, certainly, and want to give them an opportunity to jump into the discussion here. But the short answer to your question is yes, with a couple of different departments on the state side, DPS and DHHS. I think that the consensus is that there is a gap that exists. The question is, what is the best and most logical way to try to fix that problem? And that is really what has spurred on the introduction of this legislation. And so I think I'll leave it at that. Again, I don't want to speak on behalf of any of the departments. And so I hope that answers your question.
No, that's great. I'll just look forward to hearing from them. I think that would be great. Thank you.
I'll recognize Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Stewart. My question is just sort of a follow-up to Representative Morales's question. I'm wondering, does law enforcement really have the tools and the training to specifically to work with children with disabilities in these instances, or is that sort of a field and an area that needs to be left to other departments? And that might be, there may be somebody testifying on that later, so.
Thank you, Representative. I will say that as one of the many conversations I've had with many different folks about this bill, it's become clear to me that there is a training program at the police academy where they instruct their officers about autism generally, what some of for instance, if a child is autistic, they may have a propensity to go towards a water source, which can be incredibly dangerous and something that could be life-threatening. And so when those instances do occur, law enforcement are trained to be aware of that fact and associate those things. At least that's a part of the training process at the academy. And again, I think that there are others who are behind me that can speak more fluently to that question. But generally speaking, yes, that is a component of some of the training that they do get.
Okay, thank you. Senator Stewart, could you repeat what the amendment you would propose? It looks like in looking at the bill here that's underlined, I think it's line 12, it be activated on behalf of missing persons. You would say minors instead of persons, or what?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend that the committee look at narrowing the scope of the bill to apply to children under 18 years, under the age of 18, and that the alert system would be initiated at the request of the parent or legal guardian of that minor, as opposed to, as the bill reads right now, just a general application of anybody that is missing has a developmental or intellectual disability. The other component, and this is much more technical in nature, this language was largely adopted from the state's use of the Silver Alert program. There are some components of that may want to be tweaked as well. And again, that is something that experts from the department would be able to speak to better than I can in terms of the technical language that may be needed in order to apply it in the appropriate way.
Thank you. Just one other question. I'm just curious, it says in accordance with the chapter, with cooperation, the Department of Transportation, Maine Turnpike Authority, and broadcast groups. I think I may have seen that, especially on 295, the sign saying, to look out for a missing child or something. It's so that transportation does broadcast that also. Do you know?
So yes, so there are the short answer is yes.
Okay.
In large part, that would be affiliated. And I may be speaking a little bit out of turn here, so feel free to correct me if somebody else is a better expert down the road would like to, but there are different capabilities depending on the alert system that is issued. And so, for instance, an Amber Alert that would go out as the emergency alert system, which would bing everybody's cell phones, they don't happen all that frequently, but when they do, it looks very different on your smart device or your cell phone, your TVs, the radios, all those sort of things. That is different, and a different system is initiated because that's a federal-based program than what the state level Silver Alert program is. And that more relies on those locally based tools, things like the large electronic signs on the side of the road, which is why there's a reference to DOT in there, as well as things like the lottery. And they have a state-based approach that can also notify the public. And so those are the components that are referenced. And in large part, they're referenced because that's the way that the Silver Alert does it. You all as a committee may consider that there's a different way that you want to do it. We're not sort of pigeonholed into that exact template, but it is a starting point. It is a template to build off of, and one that is pre-existing in the state of Maine and is a state-based and regulated program.
Again, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else have a question of the sponsor? Hearing none, I will now ask anyone ready to testify in support of this bill. Who's next?
I have some testimony, Senator. I don't know if there's a list.
Yeah, let me ask you, Sheriff, this is in support, where we go support in opposition, either for or against?
Yes, ma'am. We at the MSA unanimously support this.
Go right ahead then. Thank you.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. If you don't know me, my name is Ken Mason. I'm the sheriff here in Kennebec County. Thank you for having me on, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and all you other esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. As I mentioned earlier, we Maine sheriffs met and we unanimously support LD 28. As lawmakers and members of this committee, you are well aware of the Amber Alert system. Trey has talked about that, which instantly galvanizes communities to assist in locating and returning missing children to their home. Now, tools that have ensured 25 years of success in locating 1,029 missing children, including radio, television, cell phones, big road signs, any other data enabling devices that are out there nowadays. This has been implemented 2 times in the state of Maine, and it resulted in 2 missing children being returned to their families unharmed. Now, the silver alert that Trey did speak of, that's designed to help the older generation, those that may have a dementia issue or Alzheimer's coming on. You know, it's already been used successfully here in Maine due to a bill that was passed in the 124th legislature in 2010. Now, Maine sheriffs, we see a distinct need for creating another facet alert system, another layer to protect these people. Now, today, if a disabled or a mentally impaired citizen does go missing, you know, our only standard missing persons tools are available for us professionals to use. Now, these individuals may not be able to communicate as readily as a citizen, you know, who is able-bodied or intellectually stable. The value of widespread notification being circulated cannot be overstated. We urge you to support Maine's disabled citizens by your support of LD 28. Now, on a personal note, from Sheriff Mason, being the parent of a son that has Asperger's, that is a form of autism, I get it, okay? And in my 35 years of law enforcement, I have been to many missing children or children with developmental disabilities that have eloped or just walked off. And again, this will just be another layer to help protect these people. Now, thank you for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions of Sheriff Mason? Okay, seeing none, I'm still asking for those in support, and I saw Mr. Underwood. Are you in support of this bill and wish to testify?
Yes, I am. I'm a Representative Underwood from Presque Isle. And this is a good bill, built along the idea of the same thing as State Senator Stewart mentioned about the silver alert. My father died of Alzheimer's, and I wish we had it back then. And this particular bill is patterned along the same idea, and it will provide another tool in the toolbox of local legislators or local law enforcement to work with, and they should have the final decision. Yes, this committee should have an ought to pass recommendation in its final decision. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And again, an ought to pass recommendation from this committee is what is my recommendation. Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Underwood. I made a mistake. I don't have my list.
Senator, you're muted.
The next one I have that had their hand raised was Megan Swanson. You will be speaking in support, I presume. Thank you.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak this morning on this. Although I do have many roles, I'm speaking today to advocate for my son and for the special needs community. My son Garrett was diagnosed autistic in 2012, shortly before his 3rd birthday. While I have numerous fears for my son, one of the biggest that I share with so many parents is his propensity to wander. In The CDC study was noted earlier, over just about 60% of children do wander, and that is something that we have dealt with my son over the years. Our family, like so many others, live in a world where, aside from teaching safety and behavioral skills daily with this child, extreme measures need to be taken, such as extra door locks, window reinforcements, and door alarms in an effort to protect our son from wandering. Each day I write down what he is wearing in case I need to call for help on that particular day, as I know that the small details are going to be crucial if a search was needed. To this day, I do live with the reality that not only is this something that could happen for us, he still to this day at 11 does not understand simple safety concepts, as the fire is hot and can burn him, knives are sharp and they could cut him. Many nights I lay awake knowing that at any point he could wander and we will have to place that call for help. To have a statewide system in place to immediately alert the first responders and various agencies and the general public to this situation could be the difference it takes to bring him home. As of today, I did research to find that there are 17 states that have adopted similar systems for the developmentally and intellectually disabled individuals in their states. I do feel it's time that Maine needs to establish this as we continue to see the numbers of our special needs community on the rise every year. I am aware that there is going to be some opposition to this legislation, and some of it is based on the perception that we will label and stigmatize individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities. So often we engage in working against these labels, but in the special needs community, that label is necessary to attain the help and support needed. If we allow ourselves to focus on that perception rather than protecting our most vulnerable population, I fear we will expose them to possible accidents, injuries, and even death due to insufficient support. We're asking to help them, not to restrict their freedoms. By taking this step to establish an alert system, which would immediately identify to all law enforcement and public safety agencies missing individuals with special needs, we will provide support for our special needs community in a time of crisis and save lives as well. And I feel this is the direction that we need to move in. Thank you for your time and consideration with this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Thank you. Senator Seaway, I see your hand up. Did you have a question before I move on to the next person?
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I just had a question to Sheriff Mason. I tried raising it back then, but I guess it didn't see it, but would that be okay?
Yes, of course.
All right. Sheriff Mason, just a question with MSA, if they feel this is a good idea. I just was wondering how the language would be because according to this, they're going to say the parents are the ones that will tell you to put it in place. And if I know at the minute when you arrive, you try to get the immediate information, and maybe it's a quick, location. It could be right out back anywhere. But if they say, well, I want this alert put in place, then there's a lot more questions, and you got to get the details and get it, to intake or wherever to be put in. And so what is the language on that? How would you present that?
Yeah, well, I really think that law enforcement should be the conduit to let the parents know that we have this, we can do this, get that information. We can, as you know, Senator, when we're initially on scene, we can tell our other units that we work with, all right, what we're looking for, a basic description, and then people are out looking around. And most of the time, it really comes to a quick conclusion, most of the time. But we can't always expect that to happen. I think it's important that we have a document, write down those pertinent questions, the answers to our questions, and get that information to the place that's going to disseminate it to everybody. I hope I answered your question.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's close, but I'm just saying the parents telling you to put that in place. when you may, from what you've heard, lots of times, parents get very excited at that moment.
Agreed.
And they just want something done in a quick hurry. And we may, have had an experience saying, well, we've got a canine right here. We can locate him right out back or whatever, because you see the footprints or whatever. But those type things happen. And I just say, sometimes it's the experience of the law enforcement officer that comes up and says, well, maybe we've put our efforts right locally. Now this is the time to put this in place. But this is going to be different. This is going to be from the parents saying to put it in place. So that's what I'm kind of just getting at is,
Well,
how's that going to work?
Well, from my own personal, I'm not speaking on other 15 sheriffs. I believe that it should be the responsibility of the law enforcement officer who's taking that information. I understand that the parents are going to be concerned. That law enforcement officer, he or she, should make sure that he keeps the parents in constant communication. We're doing this. We're doing this. All right, we're at this point now, like you just said. Okay, this is another tool. I'm implementing this system, or this information.
All right.
One of the things, Senator, if I may, please, one of the things that we didn't start off today's session with is a reminder of the difference between a public hearing and a work session. And it's been a long time. We haven't been in. So we're going to be, especially with the clunkiness of Zoom, we're going to be very strict about that. So this is the time for a public hearing. And I'd like to put the emphasis on public. We will have the time to do this, go back and forth and work out the logistics and the details at another time. Today is the time to listen, to hear, and to ask clarifying questions, something you're confused about that you need further information on today. And seriously, we're going to call you on it every time. I'm talking to everyone in this room, not to one person. So I just want to set that up. Let's really open our ears and focus on the folks who are here to testify. We'll get our chance at the work session. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Warren. That was going to be my next statement, but you did an excellent job as always of presenting that.
Thank you.
I used to do the same thing the last session, so I appreciate that. Now it's been like 10 minutes ago and I've already forgotten, but did anyone have any questions of Megan Swanson before I move on? Okay. I have Rebecca Graham. Do you wish to speak on this bill in support? I'm still in support mode.
I do. Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I am testifying in support of LD 28 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association at the direction of our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. Municipal officials support adding the ability for law enforcement agencies to quickly alert the community when an individual with an intellectual or developmental disability is missing through as many possible communication methods as they have available. Often, particularly in this type of weather, timing is of the essence. And getting that notification out to the wider community who might not be sitting in front of their computer or a television set is really crucial for folks in their search efforts and assisting police in their search efforts. We understand that the federal system is probably not going to be available for this type of program, as there has been a number of similar programs in other states that have tried to coordinate, and that has been an issue. There's, I believe, some congressional legislation that's going forward to try to create a similar system with the Amber Alert system. However, we would hope that the resulting bill language would try to use an existing program within the department rather than necessarily creating an entirely new system. And also, that said, municipal officials did hope that the committee would carefully consider how best to implement a system and maybe broaden that scope to adults with the same similar situations, because there are ways in which you can tailor the language to deal with a lot of the safeguarding issues. And the department could be the one that would be establishing that criteria before any such activation occurred. And we think that those safeguards are vitally important as well. So with that, I'm available for any questions, and also be available for the work session should you have any municipal issues.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Any questions of Ms. Graham's statement? Okay, I'm seeing none. Ms. Swanson, I forgot. I wanted to ask you if you could provide for us through probably Senator Stewart, those 17 states that have similar, just the list of those states. We probably would like to take a look at that.
Yes, I can send that over to him.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking at my list, but I don't understand it, so I don't know if there's anyone else that wish to speak in favor of this bill. Yes, Mr. Delicata. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau, my name is Leo Delicata. I'm a lawyer with Legal Services for the Elderly. For those who don't know, Legal Services for the Elderly is a nonprofit public service legal services organization. And we provide free legal assistance to people in the state who are over 60 and have challenges in meeting their basic human needs. We were also involved in 2010 in the process, at the legislative process before this committee that resulted in the passage of the Silver Alert Law. And there are a couple of things about the Silver Alert Law that don't make it work very well at all for people with intellectual disabilities. You have my written testimony, and I outline why the Silver Alert doesn't work for that particular population. A couple of things. First, the Silver Alert was originally designed to deal with people over 60 who had dementia and who were wandering. In fact, the Alzheimer's Association was really the moving force behind the bill. In the course of discussing the bill before this committee, people between the ages of 18 and 59 were added to the bill. We didn't add, or you didn't add, minors to the bill, and there was a lot of discussions about whether they should be added at that time. In any event, even for younger adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, the Senior Alert doesn't work because two things prevent them from getting this alert. The first is that the law enforcement agency has to determine that their intellectual or developmental disability has irreversibly deteriorated. And the problem with that is that, you know, developmental disabilities, intellectual disabilities generally don't deteriorate. They are conditions that people live with that are generally stable. So it's very difficult to qualify under that particular rubric. The new bill, and the other thing is that the trigger for younger people had two prongs. That was one of them. And the other one was that they had to have been experiencing extraordinary circumstances. And the problem is that the Silver Alert does not define what extraordinary circumstances mean. So you've got undefined terms, and you have standards that really can't be met because they really don't have anything to do with the conditions that these younger adults have to have in order to be eligible for the Silver Alert. I think what Senator Stewart's bill does is make it really clear that it applies to all individuals, all people with intellectual or developmental disabilities. And the other thing that makes a lot of sense is that it also tasks the Department of Public Safety with the job of, it doesn't say promulgating regulations, but if you read the language, it's at least clear to me that the intention is that they would produce a protocol, a regulation, hopefully, that would answer a lot of the questions that have been asked this morning. I think you have a chance to discuss all of this in your work session. We're certainly in favor of making sure that there is an alert system that works as well as the Silver Alert system works for older adults. There have been dozens and dozens and dozens of situations that have been solved under the Silver Alert since 2010. And we'd like to see the same thing happen. The other thing, why am I here talking about younger adults? Well, the fact is that there are lots of individuals over the age of 60 now living with their grandkids. In fact, the Maine State Plan on Aging, part of which was contained a needs assessment, actually calculated that there were over 19,000 families where grandparents were living with their grandchildren. And there were thousands, 4,500 of those grandparents that had primary responsibility for those grandkids. So this absolutely affects older adults, and that's why we're here this morning to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delicata. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Delicata? Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Delicata. So the last data point that you just mentioned about the 19,000 children living with their grandparents, would you be able to provide that to us at the committee? I'm really interested in that.
Yes, in fact, there's the 2020 to 2024 needs assessment in the State Plan on Aging is a PDF file. I can supply that to the committee. And it does have a couple of pages that deal specifically with that statistic, and it breaks it down with grandparents that have disabilities and grandparents that don't have disabilities that are actually living with their grandkids. Some of them have primary responsibility and some of them don't. So I'd be happy to share that.
That would be great. And if I could ask one more question.
Go ahead. Yep.
Just wondering also if Legal Services for the Elderly has talked to any legal services for children in preparing your testimony, because some of the data around the number of children who are disproportionately arrested and incarcerated who are disabled is very high in Maine as well as throughout the country. And so just trying to think about that balance of not wanting to do harm when we're really trying to do good.
I understand the question, and I have to tell you that really, to be completely honest, the reason that we're testifying on this is because we were involved in the creation of the Silver Alert. And because we have such limited resources, i.e. me, we really have to pick where we're going to present an opinion on a piece of legislation. And generally it's either in the Judiciary Committee or in the Appropriations Committee. But I have appeared before this committee before, and I will again, but I can't guarantee that we're going to be involved in every issue that involves grandparents and children. There are other people. I mean, there are other advocates that are available to make those arguments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. We're still in, and my apologies to the committee secretary. I couldn't read my email or understand it. It's my fault. I figured it out now. So Kathy Dion, you are speaking for. So introduce yourself, Kathy, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren and members of the committee, and of course, Senator Stewart for introducing the bill. My name is Kathy Dion. I am the Executive Director for the Autism Society of Maine. We have been in the state of Maine for 45 years, so we've been around a long time. We deal with a lot of families and adults on the spectrum, and we do everything from birth to death, so we cover the whole gamut. And our agency is the agency that actually has been helping law enforcement officers in training to understand what autism really is. We are in favor of LD 28. We're in favor of the amendment that Senator Stewart is putting forward. We're also willing to work with the committee, work with people who are opposed to it to come up with some sort of common ground around this. This is a really delicate situation. I happen to also be a parent of a 26-year-old young man who is nonverbal with autism, and he also has an intellectual disability. I did have to use the system. When he was 4 years old, he wandered away from my house. And one of the things that we talk a lot about when we do trainings with law enforcement officers is, and this is the reason this is so important, and this might hit some of the questions that were coming up, is the difference here is you have individuals who are prone to go to areas that aren't the norm areas that you're going to see. They're going to go to water sources. They're going to walk into the woods. And they can travel far very quickly. And one of the things that we notice with them, that there's a lot of training around that, is individuals also have what we call tunnel vision. And just to put that into perspective for what you might understand tunnel vision is, it would be as if you take a paper towel roll, the middle brown part, and you look through it. Whatever's at the end of that roll, that is all you see. That's all you're concerned about. You will get to whatever you're looking at any way you can. And individuals, like in my case, when we needed to use the system, my son wanted to go look at the Army trucks, which was around the corner about 3/4 of a mile from my home. He was 4 years old. He had nothing on but a t-shirt, and he was completely naked from the waist down. He walked down the road, went to where these Army vehicles were, because that was all he could focus on. That's what he wanted. He wanted to go look at them. So that drew him there, and it didn't matter how he got there. He was going to get there. So we have a lot of tunnel vision that happens with these individuals. Water sources are a big one. Another one we didn't talk about is railroads, trains. Those are another area where these individuals will walk or wander to because they're very fascinated with that. And we do the academy training. So we've gone into the academy twice a year since 2005 or 6, training all the cadets before they leave with the very last training they do. This is done through Matt Brown. He's been doing our law enforcement training for many years. And Matt himself was he's a retired federal probation officer, and he has a child on the spectrum. I think parents, and I know everybody's hung up on parents saying, going to the police saying, well, you need to do this. And I think police know exactly what they're doing. They really understand the law enforcement piece. What I, as a parent, want them to understand is why my son is going to go where he goes and why it's important that we issue something. And that's what we have to convey. That's what you need to understand is these children are not your typical children. They do have other things that will occur with them. We need to be careful in how we put the language forward. I understand the reservations on many ends, but I think we could work something out. I think as a group and as a team, we could certainly do something. We've trained well over 8,000 police officers in the state of Maine. We continue to do trainings.
Ms. Dion,
yes.
You're at the end of your 3 minutes, so I'm just going to ask that you wrap up. Thank you.
Great. So we are in favor of this, and we're willing to work on the work committee and to work with all of the senators and representatives. So, and the society's been here for a while, so we know what we're talking about in this area.
Very much. This is both you and Ms. Swanson really add value to these discussions. And I personally want to thank you for going to the academy and doing what you do. And that answers everybody's questions and doubts. So I will, Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Lookner for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dion. Just one quick question for you. What is your, and we've already heard it mentioned once, but I wanted to get your take on some of the pushback that we may hear on stigmatism.
I think one of the biggest things when you're dealing with parents who have children who have significant disabilities, you know, I have a nonverbal child, and I know some individuals don't understand what that completely is, but he does use an augmentative device. But if he were to wander away and not have this device with him, there would be no way for you to communicate with him. And I think the stigmatism would be at the bottom of my list with that. Safety comes first, and through the society, we talk with many, many families. And one of the first questions that they ask us is, what do you have on safety? My child is always leaving the house, or he's leaving the apartment. And we start with the smaller stuff. Let's do door alarms. Let's do window alarms. Let's look at a fenced in area. But again, if this child wants to leave the premises, they're going to find a way. And we need to make sure that the general population is going to help us, because we do know that when you're looking for something, social media can be very powerful. We also understand the other end of it too.
Thank you.
You, Representative Lookner.
Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Dion. My question, so you mentioned that your organization has trained 8,000 law enforcement members in Maine about, working with kids with autism. Is that training mandatory, and sort of how extensive is that? How many hours?
No, we tried to put it through legislation back in, I think it was 05, it might've been 06, where we wanted it mandatory. We felt that strongly that law enforcement needed to have this as a mandatory, because it's so different. They're trained one way, but we're telling them to look at a different way when it comes to autism. And once the hearing went through, we were pulled aside, and the academy actually said, you know what, we so believe in this, but we're so heavily mandated that we really want to honor what you're saying. And what if we gave you a slot at the academy? So we agreed to that, and they've been true to form since we did that. And we go in twice a year and we do this training. And this training that we do at the academy, we have testimony on how it actually has saved individuals with autism. They've remembered it. They remembered some of the key components that we put in place, and it's really good testimony.
So just a quick follow-up, every single police officer in Maine is exposed to that training at some point in their academy?
They should have been, and there's also a, I'm not quite sure, but I thought there was a mandatory every 5 years, they got to get they have to go through a PowerPoint and review it just to make sure they're up on that skills. But I do trainings all the time. And matter of fact, tomorrow, I'm going to be going to the Kennebec County, and I'm training 3 different shifts. So I'm going to do 2 shifts in the morning, and on Thursday, I'm going to do the other 3rd shift. So we're constantly in police presence just to help them understand autism is different. It looks a little different. And I know that sometimes people, say, well, what's it so different than this or that? And it really is. And that's what the training's about. It's about an hour and a half training that we go in and we do.
Great, thanks.
Senator, you're on mute.
Representative Pickett, do you still have your hand up from the last time? Okay. Representative Morales?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much Diane, I don't, oh, there you are, Kathy, sorry, Kathy. I just wondering about this training. I'm really glad to hear that you guys are doing that. And I wonder about, so I had a situation with a neighbor, a friend this summer involving a child who has intellectual disabilities, who is older and bigger now and doesn't only leave the home exploring, and you know, had a situation where she was fearful, but she knew that he needed his medication. He just needed talking down to, but tried to call crisis and there was nothing available. And she was afraid to call police. So she came over to my doorstep. And without revealing too much more, I'm sure these are situations that you also know very much about. And there's just such fear for parents with what, and this is a child of color. So I'll just add that in as well. So just what do you offer trainings that kind of address that piece of it too, to the officers, and or what else can we do for our children in those situations?
You know, one of the very last things that we do when we do the training is we also recognize that there's many law enforcement officers that do things in their own community. And to us, that's the biggest piece. We tell this to the grandparents, which I'm glad that that was brought up, because we hear from an enormous amount of grandparents who are now raising their child. They're in their 60s and they have this child with autism. But we ask them to work closely within their law enforcement fields, whether it's going to be a sheriff's department, a police department, or even the fire department. The child needs to understand and start recognizing these people in uniform, what they do and how they can help. That works the same way with the neighbors. So sometimes we put up walls and we're like going, oh, I don't know, he looks a little scary. And yeah, if you were to see an individual having a behavior or a meltdown, as we call it, it's a very scary thing. And we need to recognize that. But the more access that we can get individuals into public settings, whether it's going to be with their neighbor, whether it's going to be with the fire to police, whether it's going to be a local grocery store, the Walmart store, you know, they need access to go there so that they can regulate their bodies. They have so many sensory issues that occur and happen that sometimes you're not understanding something as simple. I think somebody mentioned, why can't we have a service dog? I mean, a dog go out and find a child. Well, one of the things that I would highly say is that you want to find out if that child has an adversity to animals, because that child is going to do everything it can to get away from the animal that's tracking it. So those are instances with the parents and the police got to work together, because if they want to send out a dog, we need to make sure that, okay, how can we do this? And because the child will keep going further and further if they're really afraid of animals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dion. Again, this is such good information. Anyone else? I have a couple of names on the list that I don't know if they were for or against, but we are still those who wish to speak in favor of this bill. I have a Suzanne Goucher that I don't know. No. Anybody, so I'm going to go to anyone wish to speak. Oh, Ms. Goucher, did you wish to testify?
I was planning to testify neither for nor against, so I'm happy to wait my turn.
Good. I'll put that down. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? I did have one name, and this person has left, I guess, unless if she comes back. So I don't see anybody else who wishes to speak against this motion. And
Senator, we have Mr. Hinckley on the list, and I see Mr. Hinckley is here. I don't know how.
Neither for nor against is Mr. Hinckley, I believe.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay. So we are now on those who wish to speak neither for nor against. I will recognize Ms. Goucher, followed by Brody Hinckley. Ms. Goucher, please.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren. My name is Suzanne Goucher. I'm a resident of the town of Manchester, and I am the president and CEO of the Maine Association of Broadcasters, which is the statewide trade association that represents Maine's 150 television and radio stations that are federally licensed to serve the state of Maine. And I'm testifying neither for nor against on this bill today only because, well, let me give you some background. First of all, I'm the woman who brought the Amber Alert program to Maine back in 2002. And I've also worked with public safety on developing the criteria for the Silver Alert for missing and endangered elderly, as well as the Blue Alert, which is for law enforcement officers who have been injured or killed in the line of duty. And I'm testifying neither for nor against, only because I'm a little bit concerned about the proliferation of these alerting systems. I fear that, if we have too many of them, people might tend to get inured to the message. It becomes like the car alarm syndrome. The balance to that, of course, is that Maine is a small state and a very safe state. And on balance, we actually have very few of these alerts. So we are not opposed to this going forward. So I'm also very happy to present myself to the committee as a resource as you work through this. And depending on scheduling, I will certainly try to attend the work session and work through any issues that I can help you with. So with that, I will stop and be happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Goucher? Thank you for your comments. Something to think about, I agree. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Hinckley, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Brody Hinckley, Director of Emergency Communications Bureau at the Department of Public Safety, and I appear before you today to speak neither for nor against LD 28. Currently, when any person, no matter what their age, is reported to be missing in the state, a communication system is in place that allows these circumstances to be communicated by law enforcement agencies statewide. When a person is reported as missing, a report is entered into the State Missing Persons Files and National Criminal Information Center's Missing Persons Database. Further, the current practices of many state, county, and local public safety officials have been to reach out to the media to report this and spread the word that a person is missing, thereby making a more significant number of residents in the community aware of this fact. Finally, when a person's whereabouts are reported as being unknown, local law enforcement agencies are quick to take action, such as requesting local volunteers from the Department of Emergency Medical Services agencies and the Maine State Police and the Maine Warden Service to initiate or take part in a search for the missing person. This bill's language duplicates Title 25, the Silver Alert Program, that is designated for missing senior citizens who meet the following criteria. Missing person citizen, a person who at the time of being reported of missing is at 60 years of age or older, or under extraordinary circumstances, a person's 18 to 59 years of age, who also meets the criteria in Section A and B. Section A is with respect to whom there is a clear indication that a person has been irreversible deterioration of intellectual faculties, such as dementia, and determined by a local law enforcement agency, and whose disappearance poses a credible threat to the safety and health of the person as determined by a local law enforcement agency. We can utilize a similar program with a language that addresses the age and the intellectual or developmental disability wording. There is also a belief that the Silver Alert could result in the activation of the emergency alert system, which could not happen. The EAS is utilized for widespread emergencies, disasters, and the Amber Alert. The system is strictly controlled by the Federal Communications Commission, and this type of incident does not qualify. I also want to mention that the alerts are sent out after an exhaustive and local search is conducted. This is necessary as we do not want to dilute the overall effectiveness of these alerts. If we send them out on a daily or weekly basis, the concern is the public will not pay attention to them. And also on a side note, DPS, the agency that I represent, are the ones that send out the Amber Alert and the Silver Alert and the Blue Alert. I want to thank you for your time and we'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Hinckley? I will have to ask one of our clerk. I think I'm speaking to all of you who aren't legislators here. You have to appreciate the fact that we get a lot of emails. So now I'm wondering, do we have a copy of Mr. Hinckley's written testimony?
You should, yes. I submitted it online.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. That's probably my fault, and I'll look for it. Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. So anyone else wish to speak neither for nor against? Hearing none, I'll close the hearing on LD 28, and I thank you all. These two bills will be having a work session, I missed it, in a couple of weeks, right? Oh no, the 17th, Ms. Orbiton. So Wednesday, the 17th, we will be reviewing the committee will, and that's where we take into account possible amendments and discussion and a vote. So thank you again for your time.
Senator, may I ask a question?
I was hoping you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Stewart. Before we move on, I just have a couple questions. Exactly what your question was, Senator DeChambeau, and I know we do have folks here to do some orientation, but it was my understanding that I was going to be able to go to our committee page and go to committee materials and see a folder for LD 28 and have all of that testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have the answer. It goes up after the public hearing is concluded.
Okay. We're going to need to have them do that at an earlier time because it really doesn't do us a lot of good after. I understood in non-COVID times, people would come in and give us their testimony and then it would all go up. We don't need to figure that out here today while people are here, but if we need to pass that on to presiding officers or the executive director, we can do that. That's one of the issues that has come up today. Another issue is folks really have got to get these Zoom links to their personal emails. So we're going to have to figure that out together. Those are two things on my list that at least I know some folks had issues with today. I think Representative Pickett also has a question about this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's really important. I got most of the testimony, but yet there was some that come in before I started down here this morning. And of course, when I'm on the road or when I come down here, I have no ability to go in and print things off and stuff like I do at home, which I've been doing. So, and not only that, we talked about this, I believe, when we had our organizational meeting with Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren. And I think it's imperative that we have this testimony for a hearing at least 24 hours in advance so that we can have a chance to go over it. And I also want this information here so that when we're sitting here in committee, we can have a chance to be looking at it, seeing it, and talking about it, making notations and stuff. And I think that's something that we're missing because of the COVID, or at least it seems as though we may be missing because of the COVID. And I think that like Representative Warren said, we've got to come up with some kind of a solution to it. Thank you.
And I think it's going to be an IT solution. I mean, as soon as that email comes through, right? I mean, we can't get the testimony before people send the email, right? But as soon as they send that email, in addition to coming to our inbox, which is absolutely useless for me, I need to delete it immediately because we're going to get way too many emails. It needs to automatically be proliferating to that website within a link. And I'm sure the technical folks at IT can figure that out. And if not, I'll come help them do it because I know how to do it. And so let's make sure. I don't think that's something that is going to be an ability for you to do, Deb. I think they have to just set it up so that it's automatically posting. So I'll just share my frustration. We had a lot of time to get ready for this session, and I wish that these things had been worked out, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I'll tell you, I spent most of yesterday. I have two committees, and some of us do. And for every bill, there's probably 5 testimonies. And my whole thing says criminal justice or veterans, and it's unmanageable. So we need a central repository so I can go to veterans, see all that, and not after the fact, but that's how we prepare ourselves. I was able to print some out, read them, and I felt better prepared for listening to what the issue is. So now I will check with my co-chair. We're behind, so we shall begin, or how do you want to do it for a date, a time certain?
Jane, how many orientation pieces do we have? I hate to put people off that are here.
1, 2, 3, 6. 6, do we?
Oh, wow.
We were supposed to start at 11 to 12:30. It is now 12:15. So,
We need a lunch.
I'm hearing from folks that they want to take a lunch break before orientation.
well, that leaves our staff to then notify everyone that if we leave now, come back at 1:15 or 1. I need to say, if for me 1 is better, I need to move my car. So
1 o'clock's good.
okay. Miss Overton? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
I know. If I can help you call some people, I will, because there's 45 minutes for lunch and Miss Overton will be on the phone for 44 minutes. So,
well, unless people are here, some people might be in the webinar.
Okay, great. Good. Thank you, Courtney Allen, for notifying us. She's here and she's willing to wait. Come back at 1. Anybody else here that was scheduled for Miss Beebe Center, Mr. Dunbar, Miss Whitney Parrish, Dave Trahan? Okay. Laurie McDonald.
Okay, we're hearing from Penny, and she's here and she can come back at 1. Lori McDonald is here. Yep, Doug Dunbar I see is here. Good, okay. So let's have Deb put up the sign that we'll be back at 1, and that should take care of it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. See you later.
Hi, Penny. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. That was quite a morning.
Yeah, we miss having you in committee.
Well, I'm hoping to be back in 2 years.
Great.
Yeah, yeah.
Great, great. Good. We're just going to be a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. I legit don't know how I'm going to keep all this stuff organized. It's the first day of public hearings and my system is already useless.
When you figure it out, Charlotte, let me know.
Yes.
Because I'd be happy to replace my system. Which,
No.
I think if we
They know
can
better.
get the testimony situation figured out, that'll help us. Deb, I saw your email. Thank you.
How much of that stuff? How much of that stuff that Troy?
Representative Warren?
Yeah.
Are we going to go by the schedule as it stands?
I think we moved ourselves around a little bit. We're going to start with the Children's Caucus.
Okay.
Could you resend me? I feel like I have 17 different schedules, but none that talk about what our orientation list is.
Maine Unitarian Universalist is supposed to be first.
Okay, we're going to do the Children's Caucus first, the cabinet, excuse me, and then we'll go to Mooson. What else you got on there, Representative Pickett?
I've got recovery and re-entry with Douglas Dunbar and Lori McDonald. And then after them, I've got Health Equity Alliance with Whitney Parrish.
Great.
And then I have at 12 o'clock, Maine Recovery Advocacy Project with Courtney Allen.
Great.
And then at 12:15, I had Sportsman's Alliance of Maine, David Trahan. And then, of course, Maine's Children was last at 12:30.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. I've got him here now. All right. So why don't we get started? Back again. And we'll start off with hearing from the Children's Cabinet. And I see Ms. Hicks is here with us. So thank you for being patient with us as we moved our schedule around.
Thank you, Representative Warren. I'm going to pull up a presentation for our group, and then I will have everyone introduce themselves. That's part of my group today. And just I'll start by introducing myself. I am Anna Hicks, the Children's Cabinet Coordinator, and I sit in the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. And as my title suggests, I help to coordinate the work of Governor Mills' Children's Cabinet.
Thank you.
And I will spend a little bit of time talking about the Cabinet and introducing everyone to the Cabinet. But first, I just want my colleagues to be able to introduce themselves. And I'm going to start with Dr. Landry.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Todd Landry. I'm the Director of the Office of Child and Family Services in the Department of Health and Human Services.
And then I also have with us Rich Meserve.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rich Meserve. I'm the Director of the Office of School and Student Supports in the Maine Department of Education.
Great. And we also have Colin O'Neill, who I'm sure many of you know. Colin, could you just quickly introduce yourself?
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Colin O'Neill and I am the Associate Commissioner for the Department of Corrections and I oversee the Juvenile Division.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to give a quick overview of the Children's Cabinet. And as many of you know, Governor Mills did reestablish the Children's Cabinet in 2019. It was out of commission for about 8 years. And one of the first steps she took as governor was to reestablish the cabinet. The Maine Children's Cabinet members include the commissioners of the Department of Health and Human Services, Education, Labor, Public Safety, and Corrections. And Commissioner Lambrou currently serves as the chair of the cabinet. And along with the commissioners who are the members of the cabinet and really driving the work of the cabinet and the decision making for the cabinet, we have a number of high-level staff participants who really do the day-to-day work of the Children's Cabinet. While the cabinet meets once every 6 weeks, the staff meets 2 times per month at least to maintain open communication about changes and developments in programming and policies across state agencies for children and youth, to coordinate the implementation of specific strategies for children and youth, and identify new opportunities to collaborate across programs to advance the Children's Cabinet's strategies and goals. Staff includes commissioner office staff as well as agency directors and coordinators who are working on programming and policy that aligns with the Children's Cabinet work. I have to say I work with a fabulous group of people, and the cross-agency work is just so important. That communication is incredibly important, and then the work really is, we're much better at serving children and families by collaborating across agencies. And as we walk through the presentation, Dr. Landry, Rich, and Colin will highlight some of the ways in which coordination is happening. I just wanted to give you an overview of some of our work and the goals of the Children's Cabinet. I was hired myself as coordinator in August of 2019, and we spent much of the fall planning the work of the Children's Cabinet for the next 4 to 5 years. I'm not going to walk through all of our detailed plans. I can share that after the meeting with everyone, but I did want to provide just an overview of the overarching goals of the cabinet and some areas of focus for us. So the first goal for the cabinet is to ensure that all Maine children enter kindergarten prepared to succeed. And those are so we're focused on 0 to 5-year-olds. And in 3 different areas. The first being increasing access to affordable early care and education, prevention and early intervention services for young children and their families. Quality, we want to ensure that we're raising the quality of our early care and education system and supporting families to access quality programming. And then lastly, workforce. We want to make sure that we are recruiting, preparing, and retaining a diverse early childhood workforce. The second goal of the cabinet is to ensure that all Maine youth enter adulthood healthy, connected to the workforce and or education. And once again, we have 3 areas of focus for our work: ensuring basic needs of youth and their families are met, increasing prevention services and programming in schools at the community level, and then lastly, increasing access to needed behavioral health services, including substance use disorder prevention, screening, and treatment. And we're going to talk a little bit about start off by talking a little bit about some of the response to COVID-19. As you can imagine, the agencies that are involved in the Children's Cabinet work have been extremely focused on ensuring that we're meeting the needs of children and families at this time. And I just want to start by saying that 2020 has really been an incredibly challenging year for children and families in Maine. And we are so thankful for all the staff at state agencies, medical offices, community-based and social service agencies, local schools and childcare programs who've all worked so diligently to meet the needs of children, youth, and families under extremely difficult circumstances and under public health protocols that have limited in-person interaction. Just quickly, want to talk a little bit about some of the federal assistance that we've received. Federal funds through the CARES Act went in the spring. when COVID first hit, we were able to provide subsidies for essential workers at the time when much of the state was shut down between April 20th and June 30th. Those were dollars from the CARES Act, federal dollars from the CARES Act that came through the Child Care Development Block Grant. We were also able to help provide child care providers through 3 different rounds of grants to throughout the state to stabilize and help with loss in revenue and increased expenses that they were facing. In total, we were able to provide the Office of Child and Family Services was able to provide $11 million to child care providers through the spring, summer, and fall. With federal CARES Act dollars, the Department of Education also provided 42 grants to support schools to provide care for families and children that were participating in hybrid learning schedules. So during those times when students were participating in remote learning, these grants help to pay for the cost of care that is often provided through a community partnership with a school. So in many cases, in some cases, schools are providing that care. In other cases, the care is being provided through Boys and Girls Clubs, Parks and Rec programs, childcare programs, or other after-school programs. It's been a very successful program in helping ensure that parents can go to work and children get the care that they need during the days that when they might not be in school because of hybrid learning. I'm going to turn it over to Rich, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the other programs at the Department of Education that have been helping with COVID-19 response.
Thank you, Anna. The reality of the remote learning necessity hit, the Department of Education jumped to the immediate need of providing financial and logistical support to our schools and families to ensure that we could get connectivity for all students across the state. That was a major push on our part. And this took both the form of internet access as well as devices. So very proud of the work that we were able to do with collaboration of with other state agencies along those lines. Additionally, we partnered with Maine CDC to train 20 plus retired nurses, most of whom are retired school nurses, to do contact tracing for cases that would pertain to student and staffs within schools. This directed attention that we're putting on this particular focus has allowed our schools to remain open, I think, with more regularity than we would have had if this contact tracing and work was not happening. So we're really glad about that. We also have a hotline available to school nurses and school administrators to help with COVID-related protocol questions. That hotline is staffed by both Maine DOE employees and some of the school nurses that I mentioned before. One of the other initiatives, we have many new initiatives going on at the DOE, but one that we're particularly proud of is our Maine Online Opportunities for Sustained Education, with the acronym of MOOS. This is a library of asynchronous project-based learning modules. It's pre-K through 12th grade. We've had over 700 Maine educators who've been working on this with us since June. Our essential modules, the module elements of all of these particular pieces that we've done include being interdisciplinary. So they're going to have at least 2 content areas in each of the modules. We also have a focus on making sure that these are trauma informed and culturally responsible, so that we can account for all the diverse experiences of the students across the state. And as the slide notes here, last month's data, as of the 7th, we've already had 13,000 users take advantage of this particular free resource to the state.
Great, thanks, Rich. In the next 2 slides, we're going to talk a little bit about some of our work, early childhood work, and I'm going to turn it over to Todd to talk about one of our initiatives.
Thanks, Anna. One of the things that we're working on and have been working on is the implementation of LD 997. LD 997, as many of you may remember, was passed in 2019 to provide for 5 pilot sites of an early childhood mental health consultation program. So that was passed in 2019. In 2020, we announced that we had chosen the Connecticut early childhood consultation model based on its strong evidence to be the model that we were implementing. We completed an RFP for the 5 pilot sites, and beginning last month, 4 of the 5 pilot sites started operations and will be providing services through early childhood educators and early childhood programs, as well as direct service to parents. And we will be evaluating that over the course of the next year to a year and a half. And based on that evaluation, then our commitment is to provide that information back to the legislature as it relates to the future direction of the program. But we are in that initial startup implementation phase. And as you can see there, beginning with Head Start agencies and then expanding to other child care providers as well as schools as we head into the implementation this year.
And one other area of focus for the Children's Cabinet is around early intervention and ensuring that young children are receiving the screenings, the evaluations, and services that they need to support their healthy development. We have a work group that's across agency, both across DHHS and DOE, that is focused on just this issue. It's made up of staff managing early intervention policies and programs so that we can better coordinate and collaborate on these efforts. The work group is going to focus in 2021 on increasing rates of developmental screenings. We know that developmental screenings help professionals to identify developmental delays and disabilities, and the earlier that we are able to do that, the sooner we can get intervention and healthcare services to young children. So we will be moving, or staff across DHHS and DOE will work with programs serving young children to move what's called the Ages and Stages Questionnaire, which is a developmental screening tool. And the work is being started right now to move ASQ online. And this will help healthcare providers, childcare providers, early Head Start and Head Start providers, public health nursing, and other professionals working with young children to be able to coordinate amongst themselves and allow for greater access to developmental screenings and support our goals at the Children's Cabinet to increase these rates. We will continue as well to work together to identify steps to improve the process for referring families to the appropriate evaluations and services following initial screenings. And now I'm going to turn it back to Todd, who's going to talk about some of the work to increase access for youth to evidence-based behavioral health services and treatment.
Thanks. So as we shift our focus from our first goal of young children to our second goal of the cabinet, which is, as you heard from Anna, about young adults and older youth. One of the areas that I think some of you are aware of that we've been focused on significantly within the Office of Child and Family Services has been increasing evidence-based practices in the state, both from an access perspective as well as an availability and quality perspective. I'm happy to say that through funding that was administered through the Children's Cabinet, last year we have provided initial training to certify 125 new clinicians in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. All of those clinicians completed their initial training last year. They're now going through their 1 year of clinical consultation work with the trainers of that model. And by this summer, we anticipate that we will have over 100 new nationally certified TFCBT therapists. And along with that, we partnered with OMS, the Office of Main Care Services, to provide a new higher rate for nationally certified TFCBT therapists to help sustain that work on an ongoing basis. So that new rate is waiting for those new soon to be nationally certified clinicians that they can bill under to help sustain that work going forward. Also, through the funding through the Children's Cabinet, we have initiated a pilot project in Aroostook County on the crisis intervention, and specifically to work on the aftercare and stabilization services in Aroostook County. It's one thing to provide immediate crisis care services to a youth and their family, but if you don't have good, high-quality aftercare services, it's much more likely that they're going to have a recurrent crisis that may bring them back into that crisis situation. We have initiated that pilot project in Aroostook County. We will be evaluating it carefully over the course of this year, and depending upon its success, we may be able to then move forward with more statewide implementation. And last, I do want to point out through our partnership with Office of Main Care Services last year, conducted a rate study for multisystemic therapy and functional family therapy. Both of those resulted in an increase in the rates, as well as a change in how the rate was being administered from a 15-minute segmented rate to a weekly case rate, which is what many of the providers have been asking for and what the model developers had recommended. Initial response on that from our providers has been very positive, and we're working with several providers right now to either add additional MST or FFT teams at their agency or to bring up new MST or FFT teams, particularly in some of our underserved parts of the state. Work continues on that. As you might expect, the pandemic has slowed some of that progress down on those new teams, but we hope that they will continue and we'll see some accelerated development this year. At the same time, we're also working on some expanded efforts on the next slide that will take us in this year and beyond. I'm very happy to say that OCFS last year competed for and was awarded a federal 4-year, $8.5 million Systems of Care grant. That came through the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Agency of ACF at the federal level. This new $8.5 million System of Care grant will focus on addressing some of our systemic issues that affect access. There's several components of that we'd be happy to share if you're interested, but I do want to point out the initial implementation is in 3 of our rural counties, Aroostook, Penobscot, and Piscataquis counties, and that's where the initial work in this federal grant improvement effort is focused. And then on the adolescent substance abuse treatment side, we were fortunate through the Children's Cabinet to secure a grant from the John T. Gorman Foundation for a 1-year position that's being housed within OCFS to coordinate efforts and to develop a strategic plan, if you will, on how to deal with the adolescent SUD needs in our state. I'm also happy to say that one of the first parts of that new role has been to apply for a federal grant to specifically provide ongoing funding for adolescent SUD work. We sent that in last week. It's a 4-year, $2.5 million grant that we're very hopeful for that will help us to sustain and implement some of our adolescent SUD improvement practices in the near future.
And now I'm going to turn it over to Rich. Rich, could you tell us about the social emotional learning curriculum?
Yeah, I'd be glad to, Anna. Proud to do so. Recognizing the importance of emotional well-being of our students, which we did well before the pandemic hit, obviously, we were fortunate enough to partner with DHHS and provide a comprehensive pre-K through 12th grade social emotional learning curriculum. We call this SEL for Me. And this is something that's we're really excited about because it is free to everyone across the state of Maine. This is something that is both trauma informed and cultural. We've taken into account all cultural responsiveness issues. We've customized this by people from different state agencies and different community agencies to make sure that it meets the needs of people across the state. When we say we provide this free to anyone, we mean this. This is something, as long as you can get online, you're able to access the materials therein. These are modules that can be embedded into existing SEL work that schools might be doing. It could be people that have not had the ability to access SEL materials in the past. So it's very adaptable in that fashion. If schools already do it, they can augment this into what they're doing, as well as make this a part of their remote learning experiences for students as well. And this is available to, like I said, free to anyone. It could be families, caregivers, homeschoolers, community-based organizations, anyone working directly with the youth of Maine. this is available to them. So we're really excited. This is something that we will continue to work on with our partners and develop new materials going forward, and continuing to provide this to the people of Maine going forward. In the very close alignment with the work of social emotional learning is the incorporation of restorative practices into school cultures. And this is work that's not happening only at DOE, it's happening across other state agencies. An example here, as Anna noted on the first slide, the Maine CDC is working with Maine Youth Action Network. They provide restorative practice training and education and support to a number of different schools throughout our state. And one thing that we're very, very focused on in terms of our alignment piece with making sure that our agencies are all working collaboratively is this is another area that we want to focus on, the restorative practice work. So I'll let Colin talk a little bit more about where we're going to go in terms of pulling these pieces all in together. But we're excited about the partnerships that we formed, and we will continue to grow on.
You want me to speak? Thanks, Rich. I can speak a little bit about our initiative to kind of join forces and to try to expand restorative practices, both in the education sector and within the Department of Corrections. What we're hoping to do is develop a coordinating position that will coordinate restorative practices and help to basically increase our capacity to do restorative practices in schools, as well as doing restorative practices within the DOC. And so we're hoping to develop a coordinating position that will start at the beginning of the fiscal year in July, that will be able to coordinate those practices, train on a number of schools that are interested in increasing their restorative practices, and also train within the DOC. We would like to go deeper with our restorative practices, having a model when kids come into our system that we look at them from the beginning with a restorative lens. And so that position we've developed together, and we're looking to hire in the beginning of July. And I'll guess that's a good segue into the DOC initiatives. One of the things that we're excited about, and I believe I reported out briefly a couple of weeks ago when I reported to this committee, the DOC has developed 3 regional care teams, reflecting our 3 regional, our 3 regions, and they're made up of stakeholders, both state agency stakeholders, primarily DOE and DHHS, as well as DOC, of course, and then local providers, local stakeholders in each of the regions that are doing juvenile justice work. And the goal of these teams is to really raise at a local level, identify youth that are really being served by multiple state agencies, and look at those youth that haven't been able to, because of their high needs, through more traditional means like case management and all that, haven't been able to get their needs met. And the goal is to really collaborate together with the state agencies and the stakeholders to review cases from that lens, a collaborative lens, to keep kids out of the deep end of the juvenile justice system, primarily out of Long Creek. And so these teams have been meeting monthly. We started in July. We reviewed about 14 cases of high needs kids, and we've been able to fortunately keep all of those kids out of Long Creek after those reviews. And so what we were planning on doing, because it is such a microcosm of the children's cabinet, we are going to create a report, a quarterly report of youth that have been reviewed, and then issues, systemic issues that need to be risen up to the children's cabinet level to be reviewed, potentially gaps in services, geographically, or some specific types of treatment that there may be gaps in that we need to collectively look to increase in the coming future.
Anna, you're on mute, and I just wonder, are you pretty close to the end so that we can have time for questions? We've got a bunch of other folks as well, so.
Definitely. I was just wrapping up saying this was our last slide. Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll be very quick. One of the last initiatives we're working on at the Children's Cabinet is to increase opportunities for youth to participate in meaningful paid work, experience work-based learning, or internships. And as we know, participation in paid work prior to graduating from high school is a strong indicator of future success. We're working closely with our partners at DOL who are experts in this area. And I just highlight that they are working across agencies to establish a new pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship program for youth that will really help youth to have that structured work-based learning program that connects to their educational needs. Lastly, I just wanted to highlight that we spent the fall also with working with the Young People's Caucus. It was a great partnership, and we spent 3 meetings seeking and gaining their input on a number of our initiatives, including paid work, racial equity, and youth engagement. And I will end it there and then open it up for questions.
Thank you. And thank you to all members of the Children's Cabinet, especially my constituent, Director Landry. Good to see you. So let's open it up to questions. And first off, I see Representative Morales.
Thank you so much. Thank you all of you for coming and for keeping it brief and providing us with that document. That is excellent. And I know you all are working really hard in this, so thank you. This is a question for all of you. Anna, you had highlighted that the 3 sort of buckets that we're looking at is basic needs, prevention, and treatment. I am a member of the regional care teams that Colin was talking about on the housing side of things. I didn't hear anyone talking about housing, but when I think about basic needs and what we know that the young people who get involved in our system, right? We know from the Juvenile Justice Task Force and the report by the Center for Children's Law and Policy that housing is one of the basic needs that our children don't have. 53% of them are in there for their own care. 80% of them are not at risk to the public at all. And so it's a big problem, and it's really hard to figure that out. So, you know, for Rich as well, our student homelessness numbers are skyrocketing, and we're trying as a community to figure out what to do and to connect all of us. As you all know, data interoperability is not something we're strong in Maine. So I'm glad to see you all connecting and talking. How do we get our systems talking? But if you could all talk a little bit about the basic needs pieces and what are we doing? What are we funding for that? Because we can't solve it without funding. And so I'm talking about housing and homelessness, food and healthcare. And I think the DOE is doing excellent on the education piece and as best they can, as well as our local districts. But can you speak a little bit about the housing, homelessness, food and healthcare pieces of these basic needs?
Yeah, I can start off and then we can go from there. You know, from the youth homelessness piece of that, I think there are some new opportunities that we're moving forward with. The Youth Homelessness Demonstration Project, the YHDP, that I believe you may be familiar with, Representative Morales, is one that we're partnering with private agencies in order to develop a specific and implement specific improvements around youth homelessness through that federally funded grant. In addition, we have the state dollars that actually flow through OCFS that you, I believe, are familiar with, that primarily go to support our youth homeless shelters in the state. That is intended to be, and we always want that to be, a short-term solution towards a longer-term goal. And I will say that in the next month, I anticipate we'll have an RFP coming out that addresses youth homelessness more from a continuum of care perspective. And I think that's a critical next step for us to move some of this work forward. So I acknowledge, and you're exactly right, homeless, having home and stable housing is a critical basic need, as well as the other basic needs that sometimes we refer to in the area of food and education and health. And so specifically to your points around youth homelessness and housing, I wanted to point out a few of those things that are happening both within OCFS as well as in the YHDP effort, outside and beyond not just OCFS, but beyond the state government aspects as well.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Landry. So we'll see more state funding dedicated to that and federal mixed in moving forward this year and next year. Is that what we'll see?
Certainly through the YHDP project, we do have some more federal dollars that are coming in through the state through that federally funded grant opportunity. The other piece around the RFP process will go through that process, of course, to determine what the available and appropriate levels of funding would be.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So I think my question is either for Mr. Meserve as the Office of the Innovation or maybe for Anna. I have questions about what kind of research is the Children's Cabinet doing around the connections of the school to prison pipeline? So specifically, I'd like to know what kind of research are you doing around school suspensions and the very clear connection between later incarceration and also school resource officers? And just another sort of part of that question, because we don't attend the Children's Cabinet meetings. Are students at Long Creek and students that are justice involved, are they every meeting part of your conversations? I don't mean are they part of the meetings. I literally mean, do they take up some room on the agenda each time you meet?
There's certainly, to answer that last question first, there's certainly a part of everything that when we deliberate and consider things, they are part of the equation. Absolutely. That is the audience. That is part of the audience that we are definitely focusing our work on. Be rest assured, that's certainly the case.
Thank you. And what about research around school suspensions and school resource officers? Mr. Meserve, are you doing that in your office and providing that as support for children in Maine?
Well, I will note that as part of the restorative practice work and the social emotional learning work that we do, that's all connected. What we want to do is reduce that type of behavior response in schools. We want to reduce suspensions. We want to reduce that type of a response as a matter of course. That's why the collaborative work that we're so excited about with our different offices here, focusing on restorative practices. We're hoping to really decrease those, if not outright eliminate these things from the equation. So a roundabout answer. I know I haven't specifically addressed it. We are also looking within our team, our DOE team and our Maine School Safety Center. We are looking at the role of SROs and how they factor into this equation as well. I don't have anything I can report directly on to you right now, but that team is actually meeting as we speak. And I will connect with them after this meeting and make sure that we can get back to you with some of our findings.
Great, and I'm not asking for you to weigh in. I think the data and the research speaks for itself. So just for me to know that you folks are examining the very clear data and research about school resource officers and about the connection of school suspensions leading to justice involved students later on. You don't need to report back to me. I think that research is very clear. I suspect then that we'll see you testifying on these bills, hopefully maybe in the education committee. So that's really where my questions are. I think the days of inconclusive research are over. And so we really, we got to start moving away from those things. So thank you for that. Other questions for the Children's Cabinet, who gave us a ton of information. Anna, did we get that slide deck? Can you shoot that to Jane?
I will make sure that Jane gets that, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Representative Morales, yes.
I'm sorry, I have two more questions. and one just along the lines of what Representative Warren was talking about. I know that you've all been actively involved in the CCLP report, the Juvenile Justice Systems Assessment of 2020. And so just want to ask this question, is that a part of sort of those recommendations being considered? Because that's the sort of data, best practices, science, and analyzing our systems, both on the HHS side and on the DOC side. Is that something that you're working with and committed to working on those recommendations?
Well, I'll jump in and then let Colin add on. I've earlier this or last year, I actually was appointed as the DHHS representative on the JJAG, the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group. And I will tell you that through that JJAG, one of the things that we have been doing, both Colin and myself, is reporting very specifically on the short and medium term, as well as the long-term recommendations of CCLP, and specifically reporting back on where progress has been made and where we're still struggling to make some progress on. So we've been sharing that information very openly through the JJAG, both from my perspective sitting there on that from the DHHS view, as well as Colin, of course, from the DOC perspective.
That's excellent. Thank you. That's really answers that question. You don't need to go on, Colin, if you, in the interest of time, because that's really what I wanted to know. And then the second question is around, can you guys talk about sort of the, when we think about young people, we now know brain science, and now we're thinking about them a little bit older than we thought about them before, and why that's really important as we're thinking about brain development and the prefrontal cortex. Dr. Landry, this probably is more for you, but I'm thinking about that sort of 18 to 24-year-olds. And why, when we think about young people, we also have to start thinking about them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the latest brain research seems to, certainly be pointing everyone in the direction that while we all talk about the first few years of life being the period of fastest brain growth and development for humans, the second fastest brain growth and development actually occurs in adolescence, in that very broad 14 to say 24-year-old range. And I think that brain research tells us that there's a great opportunity there for us to implement and in partnership with DOE and others, the social emotional components, the restorative practices components, all of those pieces are all of great examples, I think, of how we can impact that rapid brain development in adolescence, take advantage of those time periods that we have, disrupt what Representative Warren referred to as the school to prison pipeline. And I think using that research and data really points us in that direction. And the same thing is true within OCFS from children's behavioral health perspective. The TFCBT, MST, FFT, sorry to hit you with the acronyms again, aspects are all grounded in that brain research methodology and understanding.
Thank you so much.
Great, and seeing no more questions, thank you all so much for joining us and sharing all this great information. Next up, we have Musan, represented by our former member, Representative Phoebe Center. Welcome, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I know I was supposed to bring treats.
Oh, excuse me.
If it wasn't for Deb and Jane, I don't know that I'd have gotten this far. So.
Excuse me, Representative Pickett, did you have a question? Representative Pickett, you have your hand up, but you're all set?
Yes, just had a comment. Yes, it's not a question. We got none of the last speaker that was answering Representative Morales's question in here. We lost all of that.
Oh no, and they are gone. I think you're freezing up again. Tough internet connection in there today, Deb?
Yeah, I just gave them a network to switch to. Hopefully that will solve the problem.
Okay, I hope so. Okay, thank you. Yep, it looks like Representative Rudnicki and Representative Pickett are frozen. Okay, Representative Phoebe Center.
Okay. So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Penny Beebe Center, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to introduce our organization to you. The Maine Unitarian Universalist Advocacy Network, MUSAN, is a statewide network anchored in our Unitarian Universalist faith and animated by its principles. We link our 25 Maine congregations and friends spread across all parts of the state in an active legislative and public policy ministry. Unitarian Universalism calls us to work for policies and structures that promote human development and well-being, protect the environment, and support communities. Realizing we cannot respond to every issue and solve every problem, we've chosen 4 areas of public policy as our priority issues. They are democracy in action, which includes efforts to strengthen our democracy by informing and engaging voters, protecting voting rights, promoting civil discourse, instituting ranked choice voting, supporting clean election laws, and reducing the importance of money in campaigns. Second area is healthcare, which includes advocacy for universal healthcare, monitoring legislation that affects our healthcare system, and promoting public health interventions. Our third group is climate change, which includes support for fossil energy conservation, development of solar and other renewable sources, and educating legislators and the public about the urgent call to slow climate change with special attention to our precious Gulf of Maine. The fourth group is racial, Native, and immigrant justice, which addresses systemic oppression by advocating with and on behalf of racial, ethnic, and Indigenous populations, and responding to the need to interrupt disparities in Maine's legal and economic systems. And I serve as co-chair of that committee. At the start of each legislative session, each MUSAN's 4 issue groups often in collaboration with other community partner organizations, identify bills in which a faith-based voice may be helpful or meaningful to Maine's legislators. When appropriate, we reach out to the larger community about bills through letters to the editor and other educational efforts. In the State House, we communicate with legislators through personal visits, phone calls, or letters, and we speak out for social justice through public testimony before legislative committees such as this one. You're most likely to meet members of our racial, Native, and immigrant justice issue group this session, as it will be focusing particularly on bills that impact those population groups in the areas of post-incarceration measures, such as reentry and rehabilitation programs, and measures to avoid incarceration, such as restorative practices. We look forward to working with you this session and hope our voice as a force for love and justice will be helpful to you in the vitally important work you do for all of Maine's people. Respectfully submitted, Trudy Ferlin and Julia Fitz-Randolph, co-chairs of MUSAN.
Thank you. Any questions? Well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from you all again.
Yes, you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, I know we have Doug Dunbar and Lori also, right? Here from Recovery and Reentry.
That's right. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Warren and Senator Shambo and members of the committee. My name is Doug Dunbar, and I'm pleased to be here with Lori McDonald, who is from the Department of Labor. And it's difficult to follow a former colleague of yours, Penny, and to also be just ahead of Courtney Allen, who is terrific, and she'll be up next. I'm here to talk to you about a new project that focuses on education, training, and employment. And as we talk for the next few minutes, think about this not just from a policy perspective, but also think of it as something for your constituents. And I hope you'll reach out to me or Lori and work with us to spread the word about what I'm going to talk about to your constituents, maybe through your newsletter, maybe through a Zoom meeting with some of your constituents or provider groups in your district. So, and before I get into the substance here, I want to say that this Connecting with Opportunities initiative that we're here to talk about came about through a really terrific collaboration. And I want to give a lot of credit to Commissioner Laura Fortman from the Maine Department of Labor, Gordon Smith from the Governor's Office on Opioid Response, and our 3 terrific workforce development boards. You may not be terribly familiar with them, but hopefully you will soon. We have a Central Western Maine Workforce Development Board. The executive director is Stacy Kilroy. It covers Central Western Maine. Then there's the Northeastern Workforce Development Board, covering the Northeastern counties, Penobscot, Piscataquis, Hancock, Washington, and Aroostook. And then there's the Coastal Counties Workforce Board, and that covers the counties down the coast from Waldo to York. And we worked together to develop a grant proposal on behalf of Eastern Maine Development Corporation, the Maine Department of Labor, and all those partners to submit to the U.S. Department of Labor in 2019, requesting $6.2 million to help people in recovery and reentry situations, reentering from jails and prisons, and other people at need, to get connected with education, training, and ultimately meaningful employment. We also have a lot of supportive services to help with that, to increase the chances of success. So we submitted this grant proposal in 2019. We were awarded the funding around the time COVID showed up in Maine. So it slowed us down just a bit, but since last summer, now into the fall and winter, we are really trying to recruit participants for this Connecting with Opportunities initiative. And again, the focus is on education, training, and employment. And it's called Connecting with Opportunities because I spent time in jail in 2017, and I kept thinking while I was in jail, who is connecting these young people? Most of the people in jail are in their 20s and 30s, sadly. I was 50 years old when I went to jail in 2017. Who is connecting these people, I thought, with the services and the resources that they need? So I'm fortunate that Eastern Maine Development Corporation took a chance on me. I'm now 3 years into recovery, took a chance on me, and I was so pleased to help to write the grant proposal that brought this money to Maine. I will switch over to Lori McDonald to tell you a little bit about the nuts and bolts. I know your time is short, but again, I want you to think about this not just from a policy perspective, but also how this can help your constituents, and not just your constituents, but your neighbors, someone in your family, really anyone who needs help with education, training, and employment. Because we know recovery is so important, housing is critical, but after that, people need the promise, the hope, the stability of employment and education. So Lori, take it away.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you very much, all members of the committee, for having us today. I wonder if it would be possible for me to share my screen. Can I do that? Okay, I wasn't
Yes.
certain if I had the capacity to do that with the setup. Okay, great. So can everybody see the Connecting with Opportunities Initiative slideshow here? Okay. So as Doug said, I'm the nuts and bolts gal. What I would like to do is give you the very concrete details on this grant as quickly as possible. So this Connecting with Opportunities, it's what's called a National Health Emergency Dislocated Worker Grant, and its focus is on the opioid epidemic. And I'm going to kind of break that down for us because that's a lot of pieces in one sentence. This is a U.S. Department of Labor grant through the Employment and Training Administration. It's considered a disaster recovery grant, and I'll say why in a moment. The core eligibility is that one is a dislocated worker, and I'll explain what that is. And then lastly, its focus is on the opioid crisis. So in 2017, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services actually declared the opioid crisis a national public health emergency. And that is why this is a disaster recovery grant. That declaration created the opportunities for states to apply for funds really focused on workforce development. So at its core, this grant is aiming to help individuals gain economic stability. And that can be through employment, that can be through education and training that would lead to employment, or any combination of both. And as Doug said, there's a tremendous amount of resource here to help people achieve those goals. I don't need to really say more on this piece because Doug did a great job, except to share the state was granted about $6.2 million over 2 years, December of 2019 through December of 2021, with the original aim of serving close to 700 people. In terms of eligibility, an individual can either be a dislocated worker, which in shorthand means somebody that is unemployed through no fault of their own, though for purposes of this grant, if an individual has been fired or is underemployed, they could also be eligible. Or if somebody is long-term unemployed, which is 27 weeks or longer without employment. The other interesting piece of the grant is that there's kind of a couple of different pathways. They are not mutually exclusive. The first one is for folks who identify as having been impacted by the opioid crisis. That can either be personally, they themselves have struggled with substance use disorder, or maybe they are an affected other, a family member or friend or spouse, any number of things. In the second track, if somebody is dislocated or long-term unemployed and would like to train in a field associated with recovery or substance use disorder, they would also be eligible. Just quickly, the dislocated worker definition, we don't really need to go into that now. We've talked about that. So really what I want to highlight is, how do we know for purposes of this grant that somebody has been impacted by the opioid crisis? I think it's very important to say it's really a self-identification. We simply ask one question, which is, your answer to this question is voluntary. Do you, a friend, or any member of your family have a history of opioid use? Please answer yes or no. There is no other expectation of documentation or follow-up. It's really just a self-attestation. In terms of the services the grant provides, Doug mentioned these things. This is a visual for you: career guidance, assistance with education, training, case management overarchingly, financial assistance in any number of ways directly related to training and education, or simply supportive services, childcare, transportation, clothing for work. And then I have referenced here something called peer connectors. Something that's a really special part of this grant is that individuals with lived experience of substance use disorder and recovery are hired onto the grant team. And, I think we're all learning how vital peer support is in recovery. This grant is really recognizing that. And so peer connectors, they receive grant services themselves, but they are also liaisons providing outreach as well as providing support and encouragement to the individuals enrolled within the grant. I wanted to share some numbers. So far towards our goal of nearly 700, actually, as of this morning, we're at 201 individuals that have been served in this grant. And something I want to point out is that something that we've noticed is nearly 70% of who we're serving in this grant has had some sort of justice involvement as well. And so that piece is key. And then these are the actual service providers. So throughout the state, there are workforce development service providers, and they are working to serve those individuals with the greatest barriers to employment. So in the Coastal Counties region, it's Workforce Solutions, Eastern Maine Development Corporation, as Doug shared, all of these counties referenced here, and then we have Aroostook County Community Action Program. I would be more than happy to provide this slide deck to your team. And I also dropped in the chat a web page for the grant that will have the service provider information. And just in the interest of time, the one last thing I'll share here is these service providers are always providing workforce development services. So really one of the key goals of the grant is to create bridges between the world of recovery service delivery and workforce service delivery. And that's really happening. So even though the grant is time limited, the services of the providers are not. And one last slide I'd like to share are what are the overarching goals? So as I just said, building those bridges, increasing the skilled workforce in fields related to SUD and recovery, reintegrating those folks that have been impacted by the opioid crisis into the workforce, and then lastly, those peer connector opportunities. And we've already seen a number of peer connectors work with the grant and move on to permanent employment in positions that were goals for them. So I will stop my screen share here, and I'll turn it back over to Doug to kind of provide last bits of information.
Lori, I just want to thank you and mention, reinforce what you said, just this piece. Although the Connecting with Opportunities initiative is time limited, the workforce development system in Maine is always here to help people who need a hand with education, training, and employment. And that is so critical to the work that you do. Because again, so many people in our jails and prisons and struggling, they need recovery. I'm 3 years into recovery. They need housing, but then they need employment or education for that stability, that hope, and that promise. And I just want to end by saying, again, I titled this project Connecting with Opportunities. I spent time working in the governor's office. I was Maine's Chief Deputy Secretary of State. I was John Baldacci's communications director for his 8 years in Washington. I worked for George Mitchell many years ago. And it all ended when I went to jail for 4.5 months in 2017 into 2018. And then I spent 15 months in the Adult Drug Treatment Court program for my alcoholism in Penobscot County. And I want to thank Eastern Maine Development Corporation, where I work today, who has now hired 4 people from our drug court to put this project into place and to implement this. So we need more employers like Eastern Maine Development Corporation, a nonprofit in Bangor, to open their doors to people in recovery. Studies show that in recovery can be some of the most productive, best employees you can have. So think of this project as just part of the larger workforce development system, which is so critical, again, to the work that you do for people who are sort of on the margins, marginalized in life, or people who are in our jails and prisons or being re-entering our communities. So I'm rushing because I know you've got so many more people to hear from, but thank you for the time. I put my email address in the little box, ddunbar@emdc.org. Feel free to reach out to me or Lori, and think of this again as for your constituents as well. This is real support for people in need.
Thank you both. I see, first of all, Representative Pickett and then Representative Reckett with questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, for being here today. I was glad to see in the presentation of the screen sharing by Lori that reference to the criminal justice, and also you've mentioned several times the the jails and that kind of stuff like that. So I have a couple of questions for you. Did the Maine Association of Sheriffs, did they sign on to this grant?
Absolutely. We had 15 or 20 letters of support that we sent with our project to the U.S. Department of Labor, Maine Association of County Commissioners, and the sheriffs were 2 of the many supportive letters that we had.
And may I follow up, Madam Chair? May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and a second question I have for you, if you know about how many people have been directly connected through the jails with your program?
Well, we are trying our best to make inroads, to be honest, with the jails. I would say we're doing very well with the Maine Department of Corrections, and of course, jails. It's a really challenging time for jails because of COVID-19. We understand that, but we're hoping to do more with jails. I don't have the number of individuals who have been served by our grant project. But we need to do more. We want to do more. And if there are jail administrators listening, feel free to contact Lori or me. We'd like to do more.
Okay, and just for your information, are you aware that the sheriffs have implemented a statewide county jail MAT program, medical assisted treatment program, and they also are involved in with Maine pretrial programs, which they divert the lower risk individuals from jail, and a number of those programs. So I think it's important that we understand that the jails are really doing a lot to try to work on these similar type issues and stuff, and hopefully they can work cohesively with you folks and make it a better all place for everybody. So I just think kudos need to be given
Yes.
where they deserved.
Yes, Representative Pickett, I appreciate that. And I was on Maine pretrial services when I was an inmate at one point. And I'm familiar with the MAT programs in jails. In my personal opinion, we need to do more of that and expand it for sure. And I'm very familiar with Maine pretrial services. The executive director, Elizabeth Simone, who she probably has been before your committee, will be back again. She's terrific. And we're working closely with the Maine drug courts, which is staffed by Maine pretrial services. We're working with some of their other diversion programs. So, and I'm supposed to connect again with Elizabeth this week. So we appreciate what you're saying, Representative Pickett. We would like more jail administrators to work with us. I know they're very, very busy on this Connecting with Opportunities initiative, but we're very familiar and doing our best. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's one thing I might add, it was in the coastal counties region, Cumberland County Jail was actually one of the main initial referral partners, and that team had intended to embed in the jail pre-COVID. So some of what we're also seeing is how are service providers able to access the jails in the time of COVID. They haven't been able to embed their career advisor and life navigator teams, though I expect if that is possible, they will. And so everybody's been we've been working quite a bit with the Maine Prisoner Reentry Network and also doing whatever virtually we're able to do. So little follow-up on that piece.
Thank you.
Representative Reckett. Hi, thank you. I have sort of a technical question in a way, and having spent a good chunk of my life dealing with federal grants that almost never got done on time, not the grant, but the program. I think I heard you say that this particular grant is slated to expire the end of this year. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Anyway, my question is, how much longer would you need? And do you have sufficient monies if it's allowed to extend the grant period? Where you could actually meet all of the goals that you're looking at because you have a little more time to recruit all the people you need, and please God, the virus has passed. So is that in your head? Is that possible? Because it didn't sound like it's a renewable grant, but you can extend where you're spending the money, has been my experience.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to start, Doug, and if you want to jump in. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think to your point, the hope for an extension is a large hope. I think it's not uncommon with these types of grants to be granted an extension. And I think especially given this grant was awarded in December of 19, it really arrived to the state at the end of February of 2020. So it came just before COVID, and the federal government certainly knows that. Our hope is normally you don't hear about those extensions until relatively close to the end date. And we've been asking, would it be possible to hear sooner? Because the way it works from a federal level is you get a third of the allocation. When you spend that initial third, then you're granted further allocation. So there's a lot of moving parts, but absolutely, we're very hopeful that we will get an extension. And I don't know that we can know that.
I would only add that if you remember nothing else about this presentation, remember this: we have lots of money. We need the participants. You don't hear this often. We have lots of money. We're bringing you hope and promise and lots of resources. We need more participants. So again, think of your constituents, think of your neighbors, think of your relatives who need help with education, training, or employment, want to take steps forward, but need a helping hand. We are here. We have the money.
I have a brief follow-up, Charlotte.
Yes, you may.
I would, what flew into my head when you said that, Doug, was that, a lot of us send stuff to our constituents every month. And if your program can capsulate into a couple of paragraphs, many people in the legislature might be willing to include that in their monthly communications, because that's the best way for us to reach our constituents.
Yeah, absolutely. I will put something together with Lori, and we will get it to all of you. And we would love to have you spread the word. Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. McDonald and Mr. Dunbar. So I was just listening, and it sounds like, this grant came through right before the pandemic, and obviously, the state has lost. And I'm 100% on board, and I believe, if we want to keep people from falling into these behaviors, we have to give them hope and gainful employment and housing and everything. And I'm just wondering, since the pandemic, we've lost hundreds of thousands of jobs in the state. So what areas are really hiring right now? What sorts of, fields are we preparing folks for? And, are those jobs available, basically?
Yeah, excellent question. And fortunately, there are still many, many employers looking to hire. I'll just give you a couple of examples. Northern Light Health, which is now essentially a statewide organization, typically has 400 to 500 job openings at any given time. We can't hire enough truck drivers. We need truck drivers and bus drivers. We will train people for just about any occupation where there are jobs available. So if someone wants to be an electrician, drive a truck, go into healthcare, information technology, almost you name it, we will help that person either get fully to where they want to go or well on their way. So there are plenty of jobs, and we have the resources to get people into those jobs.
Just real quick. So will you actually pay for folks participating in the program to go through one of these apprenticeship programs or go to one of these grade schools, and you just give them a scholarship?
Absolutely. I'll just give you a very brief example. And I know you've got so many more speakers yet to come, but if somebody came to us and wanted to be a truck driver, we would want to have them pass and complete the commercial truck driver's course. And so we'd pay for that. And we know that this person needs a laptop computer because that course now is done mostly online. We'll pay for the laptop computer. We know that childcare is needed so that this person can take that training. We want to pay for the childcare. We know that this person needs some clothing and whatnot to go to job interviews once he or she has passed the course. We want to pay for the clothing. If this person needs dental work because having no teeth is holding that person back, we want to help that person get new dentures. So not only do we pay for training, we also pay for on-the-job trainings, which is different. We pay for work experiences to open the doors to people and all kinds of supportive services. We don't want people to engage with us and then get sidetracked or derailed because of a bump in the road. Their car breaks down. We want to help repair the car. Again, they need childcare. We want to pay for the childcare. We want to support them fully so that they can get to where they want to go.
Senator DeChambeau.
Hello, I'm back. I was listening very intently. Mr. Dunbar and Ms. McDonald, I worked 43 years as a case manager and supervisor at the Correctional Center. So I know the barriers. You're very well educated. You had a great life, before going to Penobscot County Jail. But there are others who struggle even worse, even learning how to read or understand, or still a few mental health issues. But this last comment that you made, we'll get them the laptop, we'll get them. I had to smile thinking back maybe 30, 40 years. You sounded like Voc Rehab. when Voc Rehab was at the height of what they were doing for good work, and then they died. So, but it's like what has been is coming back all new again. So I just wanted to throw that out. I would like to know more. When you say the Department of Corrections is on your side and is supportive, I cringe thinking, are you only talking a central office, or are you going inside? The ones who do the grudge work are the case workers that have to do the case plans to begin with. So those are the quote, almost sarcastic remarks I had. So that's it. Thank you.
Senator, we work very closely with the case workers. I could start naming them. I heard from one this morning. We work regularly with case workers at the Women's Reentry Center, with the Maine Correctional Center in Wyndham, Maine State Prison, all of them, Bolduc. I met with two people last Friday, one at Mountain View, one at Bolduc. Both of them had been in jail with me at Penobscot County Jail. And by the way, I really, really get it. When I was in jail, I used to write a lot of the requests for people who were in my block who couldn't write well, couldn't read well. And again, the reason this is called Connecting with Opportunities is because when I had to name the project, I thought back to my time in jail and I thought, again, who is connecting these people? I was not in jail with people who were hardened criminals, people who were evil to the core. I was in jail with people like myself who needed help of one kind or another. We are failing in so many ways, we, including myself, failing. For 30 years when I worked in government, when I maybe could have made a difference, I didn't pay attention to people who were in jails and prisons. We have failed in so many ways. We have to do so much better. And this is one piece of the solution, helping people with education, training, and employment. And yes, we're talking directly with the caseworkers at all of the DOC facilities. And again, we'd like to work with more jails. We zoom in to the prisons and it works very well. We would love to do more of that in our jails.
Thank you.
You're doing good work, very good work, and we so appreciate it. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Morales.
Hi, thanks so much. I didn't want to say anything because I just am so supportive, and I know we're moving along. But thank you so much, Doug and Lori, for this work. It's so crucial. I'm going to email you separately. You know, these barriers are so critical to remove. If we want our economy to do better and we want folks to get on their feet and be successful, we need to remove the barriers. And I work specifically in removing barriers in housing for those who have criminal, involvement with the justice system and substance use involvement. And so I'm going to reach out to you because I think this is a very good partnership.
Excellent. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
thank you both for being here. We really appreciate it.
Take care.
And my information is in the chat as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Courtney, I'm sorry we talked so long. Courtney Allen's next. She's terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, I actually have Whitney on my list for next. Whitney Parrish with HEAL, the Health Equity Alliance. And then right after Whitney, we have Courtney, and that's our last presenter for today. So Whitney, thank you for being here. Welcome.
Great, thank you for having me. I'm extremely excited to be here and tell you a little bit about Health Equity Alliance and the work we do and the overlap between our work and your work. So I also have a very short PowerPoint, mostly to keep myself on track, admittedly. So let me just figure that out. So can everyone see that?
Mm-hmm.
Great. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here and to tell you a little bit about HEAL. There we go. We'll hope that it loads. So distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee, my name is Whitney Parrish. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Communications for Health Equity Alliance. And so I'm going to tell you today a little bit about Health Equity Alliance, what we do, the services we provide, and why that may be relevant to working with you all, and the work that we hope to do with you. So just a really brief background about Health Equity Alliance, because we have a bit of a storied background and it leads us to today. Health Equity Alliance was actually formerly known as the Down East AIDS Network. And so we were founded in 1987 in response to the HIV and AIDS epidemic in the state of Maine. So we provided services to folks impacted by the epidemic and continue to do that to this day. And so eventually we had a merger with the Eastern Maine AIDS Network in Bangor, and that's sort of what led to HEAL. That merger came out of a recognition that the very diverse communities with whom we work all had a common history of social marginalization. It wasn't just that they had experienced living with HIV or hepatitis C, but that they experienced a multitude of health disparities beyond those realities. And so, what we realized was that a lot of that marginalization, a lot of the lack of access to social determinants of health, such as housing, food, basic needs, were really fueling the challenges that our clients face. And so, in short, we're a nonprofit, nonpartisan agency that provides direct service as well as advocacy. So that's why I'm here, on behalf of Maine's LGBTQ+ community, people who live with HIV and AIDS, and people who actively use drugs. And so what we're talking about today with some of HEAL's services is part of that continuum of supports that folks may need or want. And so we've been talking a lot about recovery. We've been talking a lot about those types of things. And many of the clients HEAL works with, most of the clients HEAL works with are folks who are unhoused. They're living in encampments. They may have jobs, but they may not have any housing. Their only food may come from our community food pantry. And so we are working with some of the most marginalized folks in our communities. And that really informs, our mission and the services we provide. So, in short, we envision a world where all people are valued and celebrated and health disparities are lower. So you might be asking yourself at this point, why is she not in front of HHS? Why is she in front of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee? And so that's what I want to talk about a little bit next. And I think it will illuminate as we move through what some office, Ellsworth, Belfast, Machias, Rockland, Calais, and now Deer Isle. That is a new one that came out of advocacy from the community. And with a recognition that there were a lot of folks in our island communities who are really struggling with drug use and overdose and all of the things we've been talking about. And so of the 11 certified syringe service programs in the state of Maine, Health Equity Alliance runs 6 of them. And so they are in these locations. And so we provide syringe services programs, which includes safe supplies, education and distribution, naloxone education and distribution, overdose prevention education, and HIV hepatitis C testing. You'll notice, I'm sure you've heard from the fantastic Gordon Smith, that the options program has now been rolled out. That's something we have worked deeply on in terms of the harm reduction side and making sure that we're collaborative with Mr. Smith and the administration, as well as the Office of Behavioral Health, in terms of being a support that people can access. People might not be ready to access medication-assisted treatment or medication for opioid use disorder, and that's okay. That's why we're here, and we can often be a bridge to those services. So we provide targeted case management. We also provide lead case management. So we have lead law enforcement assisted diversion type program contract relationships in Bangor, as well as Waldo and Knox County. And I know you've learned a little bit about those as well. So that's where we also interface with the criminal legal system, as well, multiple support groups and other types of services. So where does our relationship sort of lie? A lot of it is around drug policy reform that centers compassion, dignity, and improving health outcomes. You know, our work, harm reduction, the term harm reduction is, it sounds maybe a little buzzwordy, but it did come out of the AIDS epidemic. And what it essentially can be summarized as is rooted in a pragmatic, real world approach that is based in evidence to provide people with what they need and make sure that we are doing that in a dignified way. And it encompasses not only individual safety, but also community safety. So for example, when we talk about syringe services programs, some people get alarmed by the idea of, well, there may be syringes on the ground because of that. Well, there could be syringes on the ground with or without a syringe services program. And that's where we come in, where we can start talking about policy proposals such as having community sharps boxes, having public campaigns around how we mitigate those things, and working with law enforcement to make sure that we're on the same page and we're supporting one another through that. Criminal legal policy and law that interfaces with public health proposals and practices. So that's a big piece of it. Incarceration and policing at county and state levels and how that impacts certain communities. One of our goals is to lessen the contact of folks with the legal system. We want law enforcement, as I think we've all said a number of times through the, our committee meetings and hearings, is we want law enforcement to be able to focus on the things they want and need to focus on. We don't want them to need to be social workers. We don't, all of those talking points, right? And they're not just talking points, they're realities. I want to honor that and make that very clear. Where we come in is hopefully having a place where people can be diverted to, having supports for people, recognizing that, right after an overdose, a person might not be ready to engage MAT. They might not be ready to go right into treatment, but we're there. It might take a few days. And we have folks come back and say, you know what, this isn't what I want to be doing. What are the resources that you have? And so we have those things and we're ready for those types of situations. And so when we talk about syringe services programs, that's something I want to, make really clear too, that we can be a pathway through targeted case management, finding folks housing, insurance, food through our community food pantry or other resources. We want to help be a pathway for folks who have been so marginalized that they don't even feel like they can show up, they can't access a doctor. They don't know how to. To Senator DeChambeau's point, a lot of our clients can't read. And so, we're working with folks to really sincerely meet them where they are at and work with them to figure out what their path might look like. And that path might be to Doug, right? It might be to, I don't know, it just happened there. It might be to, getting connected for jobs and those types of resources. Doug has come in and presented to our case managers. It might be that we just want to make sure they're going to make it through the night, right? They have what they need so we don't lose them, because if recovery is a goal for someone, that's not possible with an overdose or a poisoning from a substance that has made it into their drugs. And so we want our bottom line is compassion, dignity, and we really very much enjoy working with you all and want to continue working with you to find those commonalities and those shared values where we're supporting all residents of Maine toward whatever the goal for their health and their safety, whatever that is, as well as community safety, because community, public health and public safety can't be pulled apart, right? They are very much connected. So I tried to go very quickly. I know you have a stacked day. So if I didn't cover something, please do let me know. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Whitney. Any questions for Ms. Parrish? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll have your slides. Yeah, great.
I can forward those along.
That's wonderful.
And I did want to share one last thing, that we distributed 1,430 naloxone kits in the Bangor area in fiscal year 2020. That's 2 doses per kit. That's so many lives that are being saved. And I know, you're not necessarily dealing with naloxone explicitly in this committee, but the work you're doing allows folks to be able to access those services and know that they're loved and cherished as human beings. And so thank you for your work. And I'll leave you with that. So take good care.
Thank you for your work. Great. Okay, next up, our final presentation of today is Courtney Allen with the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. Welcome, Courtney.
Hi, how is everybody? My name is Courtney Allen. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm just pulling up my screen. I have 2 screens, so if I'm not looking at you, it's because I'm looking at my other screen. But so it's nice to see everybody today. My name is Courtney Allen, and to begin, before I jump into this work, I wanted to tell you a very quick story that's going to help frame how and why I come to this work with the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project as the policy director. And so today is my 28th birthday. It's my literal actual physical birthday in which that I was born, but it's also my personal recovery birthday. And so 6 years ago today, I checked myself into detox here in Augusta for the last time. And what I know about that is that I've often wondered how different my life would be today if that detox had turned me away, because that's what I see happening to my community members every single day. When they ask for help, help is not there in the state of Maine, unfortunately. And so that day that I checked myself into detox, I know that I am one of the lucky ones that the help was there, and that from that moment on, my community rose to the occasion of me asking for help. And every time that I turned for more help, somebody was there, whether that was in the form of a family treatment recovery court in Kennebec County, access to education at the University of Maine, where I just graduated with my bachelor's degree in social justice, access to housing, the time that I needed safer housing and my landlord moved me across town. Every single time my community rose. And so that is how and why I come to this work, because people in my community have not been that lucky, and luck should have nothing to do with whether or not somebody is able to access and sustain long-term recovery. And so I'm going to bring us into that work, the work that the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project does with that in mind today. So thank you all. Here we go. So who is the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project? We are a part of a national organization called the Recovery Advocacy Project, and I have worked for national organizations in the past that kind of swoop into Maine and tell the recovery community exactly what we're going to be advocating for and how we should do that. And while there's nothing wrong with national organizations, the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project is not that. We're the exact opposite of that. So what we do as MRAP is we go out into our community and we talk to people on the ground, people who are in recovery, people who are using drugs, family members, and any supporters of the recovery process about what's happening directly in their communities. And then we take those things and we bring them up to the state and local levels to power holders like you to hear directly from them. The Recovery Advocacy Project at the national level has no national agenda. Their only role is to help us move what people on the ground here in Maine need and say that they want. And so they do that through a lot of different ways, mostly through training grassroots advocates on how to get engaged in their local government. We did just release our 2020 annual report, which I'm going to drop in the chat for you. You can check out that later, about the impact the Recovery Advocacy Project had at a national level in 2020. So the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project began in November of 2020, in which we kind of just jumped into this work, right? And it started with me and another advocate, and we started to hold these community listening sessions across the state of Maine. We held 10 community listening sessions in which we heard from all of those people exactly what was happening in their communities. And then we started to take that and start to develop our statewide platform, which I'm going to take you through a little bit today. And then in December, we started onboarding other organizers who are situated across the state of Maine. We have 40 organizers, probably in your community, probably one of your constituents are one of our organizers as well. Their role is going to be to go out into their communities and hear from their people around them, and then give them the tools to engage with all of you. You may have heard from some of them already. They've been sending a lot of emails. And so from that, we took those 40 organizers, took everything we learned from those community listening sessions, and began to develop this platform. I'll skip that. So this is our platform. We stand with policymakers and policies that work to redefine and reimagine justice, access, connection, and recovery. And the reason why we talk about redefining and reimagining is because for so long, people in recovery and our supporters have not been at the table to help develop the policies that affect our daily lives. And so we want to engage with all of you to redefine and reimagine the whole thing pretty much. But I'll take you through some of that. So in our justice category, we're asking to redefine and reimagine justice by restructuring drug sentencing laws, by protecting our community from fraudulent, subpar, or questionable practice and services, and by centering recovery in the justice system. We have picked 4 bills this session that will also be our priority bills, and I have them in the slide, but I'm really just gonna glaze over them because I think some of them may end up in this committee, and we'll have time later to talk about exactly why we're supportive of those bills. So the bill that we will be supporting this session is Representative Ann Perry's An Act to Amend Maine Drug Laws. The bill would restructure Maine drug sentencing laws to make personal use amounts of drugs a civil offense. A person charged with this offense can choose between a fine or to receive an assessment for treatment. Under our access pillar, we are working to redefine and reimagine access by increasing funding for many different treatment, education, employment, housing, recovery housing, housing first models, reentry services, family and recovery support services, and also by encouraging expanded access to recovery housing for folks in medication-assisted treatment. We also want to expand access to grassroots recovery community organizations to every county in Maine, and that will be the bill that we're supporting this session. An act to expand recovery organizations throughout Maine, Senator Maximum's bill, and it is grant funding for $1 million to 7 new recovery centers in every county that does not have one. So that's Kennebec, York, Waldo, Hancock, Franklin, Somerset, and Piscataquis. We're working to redefine and reimagine connection by lowering the cost of phone calls in Maine jails and prisons to ensure families can remain connected to their loved ones, and by educating the public that recovery is an asset to our communities, and by openly sharing stories of personal, family, and community recovery. And that's why I opened today with my personal recovery story. While we don't want to shine the light on one single advocate, we are one whole movement together, and there is no leader within the recovery advocacy movement. We are one collective voice of people recovering across the state of Maine. The bill we will be supporting for our connection pillar is an act to protect families from excessive charges in Maine jails and prisons. It's Representative Kinney's bill. And this bill would lower the cost of phone calls in Maine jails and prisons from an average of $5 for 15 minutes to about $1.50. 2 free phone calls would also be provided to people who are incarcerated to ensure that everyone has the ability to connect with their families, community, and recovery support services. Finally, we're working to reimagine and redefine recovery by meaningfully engaging our community in decisions that impact us, and by humanizing recovery through person-centered language and images, and by celebrating recovery as any positive change. I just want to stop there for 1 minute and say that again. We believe as the Recovery Advocacy Project that recovery is any positive change. And so I know there has been advocacy movements that have come before us and hasn't included people who use drugs or harm reduction in that definition of recovery. We do. We see recovery as a wide continuum of change, and that everybody, when they are ready to engage, they have the choice to define whether or not what their recovery looks like. And the story that I told you this morning, today is not my abstinent day. It is not the last day that I used drugs, but it is the day that I started to seek a different pathway in my life. And so that's why I celebrate today as my recovery day. And so the bill that we will be supporting this session is actually Representative Plukler's bill here today. And the bill would change stigmatizing words like drug user and inmate throughout Maine statute and direct the departments to do the same in their rules and manuals to more person-centered language like person who uses drugs and residents. Okay, that's my quick overview, and I am more than welcome to take some questions. I'll stop screen sharing.
Well done. Lots of great information. Questions for Ms. Allen? All right, I think you gave us everything we needed. Oh, no, we have one. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Courtney, for being here. Just couldn't let it slip by without wishing you a happy birthday in both cases.
Thank you.
Nice. Anyone else? Okay, great. Thank you, Courtney. I think we made it through today's orientation, everyone. Good job. Senator, anything we need to attend to, or Jane?
No, I'm all set. For some reason, I just sent a message on chat to Representative Lookner. And when I clicked to send it to him, because he contacted me, it said, is not in the meeting. That's something strange. So he didn't get my message. So I don't know if anybody knows that.
Okay, I lost internet connection briefly, so that may have been when you sent them.
Okay. No, just wanted to ask that. Basically, Grayson, it just tells you to give me a call after this meeting and we'll discuss what you asked me, okay?
Sure thing, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, Jane, do you have anything for us?
No.
All right, go forth and conquer. Thank you, everyone. See you on Wednesday morning at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Bye.